Ladies and gentlemen, once again, kindly take a seat as we will commence shortly. Once again, please take a seat. We will begin shortly. Thank you. السيدات والسادة الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته، وأهلا وسهلا بكم في هذا الحدث المميز اليوم مع هواوي. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and a very warm welcome to all of you at the Global Digital Power Summit 2021. My name is Layal and I'm so delighted to be your host today. I see we have an international audience. I know many people flew from so many different countries to be with us, so thank you for taking the time off your busy schedules to be with us today. And let's not forget our online friends who are tuned in and watching us live. So thank you for joining us as well. How's everyone doing? Oh, I was gonna get a round of applause. Thank you very much. I'm glad we're having that energy, that vibe. How are you doing? Everybody feeling good? Let me hear a louder yes. Once again, everybody feeling good today? Yes. There we go. Amazing. Thank you so much. It is great pleasure to have so many experts, leaders, and partners join us today to share some amazing topics as well. We have speakers who will share some key topics, and followed by a panel discussion exchanging some interesting ideas. And as well, towards the end of the evening, guess what? We're going to light up the Burj Khalifa, the tallest building in the world, just for you. And I mean it, just for you. So you're going to be mesmerized by that, and I promise it's going to be an unforgettable moment. Carbon neutrality is a shared mission of the entire world. Achieving a zero-carbon society is our common goal. So far, 137 countries around the world have committed to the carbon neutrality goal. And we promote the concept of green development. And we're open to work with like-minded global partners to discuss about building a low-carbon, smart world and to contribute innovative solutions to global carbon neutrality. In June 2021, Huawei Digital Power Technologies was established with intricate digital and power electronics technologies to drive energy revolution for a better, greener future as its vision. Huawei Digital Power collaborates with industry partners to accelerate carbon neutrality. So, how do digital and power electronics technologies integrate? Let us now welcome Charles Yang, Senior Vice President, Huawei Technologies, President of Global Marketing, Sales and Services, Huawei Digital Power, to share with us the strategic vision of Huawei Digital Power. Let's give him a warm round of applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, older friends and new friends. I'm Charles Yang. I have been minister for 9 years, and 6 years as the president of Huawei, minister region. Next month, I will move back to China as the president of the global marketing, sales, and service of the digital power company. Today, it's my pleasure to share with all of you our understanding. To share with all of you our understanding about the carbon neutrality, about Huawei Digital Power Company strategy, and our low carbon practice and the solutions. As we all know, today, carbon neutrality has become global consensus and mission. More than 44 countries have identified the carbon neutrality timing, such as the European Union in 2050 and China in 2060. I firmly believe it will become the biggest trend in the coming 30 to 40 years. It is not only the revolution to power generation and power consumption, but also an unprecedented opportunity of upgrading all industries. So, I firmly believe it will bring a comprehensive and profound revolution to our society and our economy. According to the International Energy Agency, the main carbon emission come from 3 industries: power electronics, manufacture, and transportation. Power electronics account for 40%, and the transportation account for 21% of the carbon emission. So, in order to achieve the carbon neutrality, the power production should be no carbonized, and the power consumption should be electrified. As we all know, the targeting to the carbon neutrality and the clean energy, Huawei Digital Power Company has established. Our vision is to digitalize the traditional energy and to develop a clean energy with the Huawei digital technology and the power electronic technology together to drive the revolution for the new green and future the energy. So for Huawei, especially Huawei Digital Power Company, is to utilize the bits to manage watts, is utilize the digital technology to manage power electronics technology and equipment together, so that we want to provide the secure, green, intelligent, and simplified low-carbon solutions for the clean energy generation, for green ICT infrastructure, for the transportation electrification, and for integrated smart energy solution. Huawei, we will keep an open and work closely with our customers and partners to build the low-carbon solution society. As we all know, Huawei always having a value the technology research and development. Each year, we spend 15% of our revenue for R&D. So in the past 10 years, we totaled with $90 billion US. So in past 30 years, since Huawei established, with continual investment and innovation, has made Huawei become the technical leader in digital technology area like 5G, AI, and cloud. At the same time, we invested huge in the power electronic area like the new material, latest generation components, topology optimization, and thermal management. So Huawei, we will keep such an investment so that we can provide the best service for our customers and partners. And today, Huawei Digital Power Company, we have 6,000 employees, and we have 12 global R&D centers. And today, we have 1,300 patents. All of these will help us to keep the leading position in the power electronics industry. So today, as I just mentioned, with the integrated the digital technology and power electronics technology together, Huawei is able to build the all scenario low carbon solutions from the green power generation to efficient power consumption. For example, like a smart PV for the new energy generation, Huawei smart PV can enable each ray of the sunlight to generate more electricity. For Huawei data center facility, we can enable each watt to generate more computing power. And for site power solution, it is adopted to the telecom, the networks in different areas, so that we can guarantee each watt to carry on more bits. And for M-Power solution, Huawei, we can enable each electric vehicles with Huawei much more advanced power system, battery system, and charger facility to make the vehicle drive more miles with each kilowatt hour. In addition, Huawei will cooperate with our partners to build the integrated smart energy solution for the different scenarios, for example, like the low-carbon building, low-carbon cities. And on top of that, we will build the energy cloud. This cloud will provide a service for our customers and partners to improve the efficiency of the energy and to build the low-carbon society. So by 2050, for the renewable energy, we are increased from today 25% to 90%. The main growth comes from the PV. So Huawei PV solution is dedicated to accelerate all the PV development in different scenarios. I give some example. First, for the larger PV solutions. Huawei PV can help to reduce LCOE by 7% and improve the operation and maintenance efficiency up to 50%. And for the residential and the commercial scenarios, Huawei Smart PV solution can help our end users to achieve the higher energy generation and best energy storage. At the same time, we can provide the way for smooth immigration to the no-carbon solutions with our some special functions like the proactive safety, the test investment, like the intelligent operation and maintenance systems. And for the residential scenarios, Huawei Smart PV is very easy to different scenarios. For example, for the different rooftops in different directions, and it can help to increase 30% the power generation with our intelligent optimization. Especially today, globally, there are still more than 800 million people stay in the area, no power, or with the unstable power. So diesel generators are widely used in such areas. As we all know, the diesel generator, where the generator efficiency is very low, and the cost is very high, and the carbon emission is very high. So in order to address such a kind of challenges, Huawei has launched off-grid energy solution. It will help our customers to reduce 50% cost of the energy and to build the low-carbon society. And for the data center facility, Huawei is targeting to build the clean, simplified, intelligent, and secure data center with our technology like prefabrication, modularization, and intelligence. I give some example. For the larger big data center, Huawei prefabricated data center can help to shorten the construction of the period from more than 20 months to 6 months. At the same time, it can help to reduce the PUE of data center from 1.45 to 1.2 with our intelligent optimization. And especially for it will help the faster delivery and the low PUE will help our customers to reduce the total cost and to improve the IRR. And for another scenario, like the small and the medium data center, Huawei, our smart micro-major data center, is adaptable to the different scenarios, like the different equipment room or different loading bearing capacity. This kind of data center can be delivered within only 4 days, and the PUE can reduce 1.13. So I think it will help our customers a lot. And for some scenarios in the real transportation and the precise manufacture industry, Huawei's power module and intelligent lithium UPS battery UPS can help our customers to reduce cost at least the 30% and to reduce the footprint 40%. And for Huawei's site power solution, as we all know today, the 5G have been deployed everywhere, right? And for telecom operators, they prefer to build the 5G sites to the current existing sites, which will bring a lot of challenge to us. For example, the higher power consumption, insufficient room space. So Huawei, the site power solution, can simplify this challenge with replacing the equipment room with a cabinet and replacing cabinet with a purse. We give promise to our customers. With such a kind of efforts, we can help our customers at zero energy OPEX when we add in 5G. I think this is important for the 5G era. And for Empower solution, according to our experience, it is predicted that the electric vehicle will account for 50% by all the vehicles sold in 2030. So we firmly believe this will accelerate the progress to the no-carbon society. Huawei Empower solution is the world's first hyper-convergent the Empower trend. We put the 7 components into one, like the model, like a reducer, which will help to reduce the size 20%, reduce the weight 15%, and improve battery life more than 7%. Now in China, 3 automobile companies have accepted Huawei solutions for their 4 vehicles. As we all know, the charging facility is most important for the electric vehicle. So Huawei is committed. We will build the high voltage, the supercharging facility for our customers and partners. If it gives the electric vehicle car 10 minutes charging, it will support 200 kilometers running. It's amazing. And for Huawei, let's have a look at Huawei's smart energy cloud. As we all know today, more and more governments and the enterprises start to build the low-carbon society. So Huawei, our intelligent energy solution, we can integrate the different power solution, different technology together to build the best energy for our society. And we hope we can work together for all of this. Especially Huawei's smart energy cloud, we can connect all the data from the energy flow, like the power generation, power delivery, power distribution, and power consumption. Based on this data, we can improve the efficiency of the power use, and we can build a low-carbon society. And we can see for the smart energy cloud, for Huawei, it's like the cloud energy intelligent platform, as well as the intelligent energy data platform. It covers from the power generation to power consumption. For example, for Fusion Solar is Huawei's smart PV management system. It can bring the unique functions like the intelligent IV diagnosis, safety, virtualized safety, and intelligent ON operation and maintenance. And for the cooling systems, for example, it can help us to reduce the PUE of data center by 8% to 15%. So for the energy cloud, we hope it can work with our customers and partners to improve the energy efficiency. And we can see today, Huawei Digital Power business, we have cooperated in 170 countries and regions, covering more than 1/3 of the world population. I just give some numbers. For smart PV, till now, Huawei has delivered more than 175 gigawatts. And the market share, global market share, nearly 22%. We ranked number 1 globally since 2015. And we serve global giants like DEWA, like Adani, like the National Power Electronics Investment Group, all of these. And for Huawei data center facility, our prefabricated data center market share globally, we achieved 31%. It's amazing. It ranked number 1 globally since 6 years ago. And we serve global giants like the DEWA, like Etisalat, like Zen, like SEC, like Global Switch, like Wangu, all of these. And for the Huawei Digital Power, side power solution, today, we have cooperated with more than 340 telecom operators, the giants like STC, like Zen, like Vodafone, like Orange, all of these. So I think we firmly believe the heavy investment in R&D will help us to keep the leader position in the future. When we look to the future, we firmly believe this market will achieve $120 billion in 2025. It means a biggest opportunity to Huawei, as well as to our customers and partners. According to our own expectation, Huawei Digital Power Company revenue will achieve $20 billion, $20 billion US dollar in 2025, at least. So we will give the promise to our customers and partners. Huawei, we will keep an open and win-win attitude. And we will work closely with our partners, with our customers, to build the industry standard and to enhance the joint innovation and to build the healthy ecosystem for digital power electronics, the industry. So we can see, I have been in ministry for 9 years. I always remember one sentence from the UAE Prime Minister, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid. His Highness said, vision always leads to great. So targeting to new carbon neutrality and the clean energy, Huawei Digital Power Company has helped our customers and users to generate 403.4 billion the kilowatt-hour green electricity and save more than 12.4 billion kilowatt-hour green electricity. What's the means of this? It's equals to reduce the carbon emission more than 200 million tons. It equals to plant 270 million trees. So ladies and gentlemen, I think today all of us face the unprecedented opportunity in the carbon neutrality area. If we embrace globalization, mutual trust, and cooperation, I have confidence we will build a green and a brilliant future for our next generation. Thank you, Shukran.
What an amazing vision to build a better and greener future, and I do suppose it is a vision shared by all humanity. Thank you once again, Mr. Yang. Under the trend of carbon neutrality, countries around the world are making efforts to accelerate energy transformation. Latin America is rich in renewable energy, like solar and wind. And the countries there have been driving energy revolution. And Mexico is one of the examples. Now allow me to introduce Ms. Rocio Adriana Abreu Artinano, President of the Mexican Energy Regulatory Commission, to show us Mexico's energy development strategy. May I say that Ms. Rocio's presentation is going to be in Spanish, but we do have a live translator for you. Please let's give her a warm round of applause.
Muy buenas tardes a todos. Les agradezco la invitación al Global Digital Power Summit, un evento en el que nos encontramos líderes y expertos de la industria global para el desarrollo y el desafío y oportunidades en los desarrollos de la tecnología aplicada al sector energético, asimismo para promover la utilización de la industria con innovaciones continuas y contribuir a un futuro mejor.
I really appreciate the invitation to the Global Digital Power Summit, a meeting to interact with leaders and experts from the global industry to discuss the challenges and opportunities faced by the development of technology applied to the energy sector. Also to promote the updating of the industry with continuous innovations in order to contribute to a better future.
No cabe duda que la importancia del sector energético en el mundo es ampliamente reconocida.
There is no doubt that the importance of the energy sector in the world is widely recognized.
No solo se trata de un sector estratégico desde el punto de vista económico y de las finanzas públicas, también representa un factor en la política exterior y un elemento vital para la seguridad nacional en los países, para el buen funcionamiento de las actividades productivas y el bienestar de las familias.
It is not only a strategic sector from the point of view of the economy and public finance, it also represents a key factor in foreign policy and a core element in the national security of countries for the proper functioning of productive activities and the well-being of families.
En ese sentido, la energía juega un papel esencial en el tema social, como la erradicación de la pobreza, el mejoramiento de la educación, profesionalización de las actividades productivas, la reducción de la mortalidad, el acceso a atención médica de calidad, entre muchos otros.
In that regard, energy plays an essential role in social issues such as eradication of poverty, the improvement of education and the professionalization of productive activities, the decrease in mortality rates and the access to quality medical care, among many others.
El Banco Mundial ha descrito al sector energético como un hilo que une el crecimiento económico, la equidad social y la sostenibilidad ambiental.
The World Bank has described the energy sector as the thread that links economic growth, social equality, and environmental sustainability.
Asimismo, existen diversas posiciones académicas y de investigación que coinciden en que la industria energética eficiente es esencial para el funcionamiento de cualquier país.
Likewise, there are various academic and research points of view that concur in the fact that an energy-efficient industry is essential for the operation of any country.
De ahí que posiblemente las limitaciones en la cobertura y la calidad del servicio representen a largo plazo un obstáculo para el desarrollo tecnológico, para el crecimiento del Producto Interno Bruto por habitante y, en la última instancia, para el mejoramiento del bienestar de la población.
Hence, possible limitations in the coverage and quality of this service represent, in the long term, a barrier for technological development, for the growth of the gross domestic product, GDP, per inhabitant, and ultimately for the improvement of the well-being of the population.
Personas y hogares, así como economías y comunidades, dependen de la disponibilidad oportuna y segura y viable de la energía para prosperar y desarrollarse. Hoy en día las personas están más conectadas que nunca.
People and households, as well as economies and communities, depend on the timely, viable, and secure availability of energy to prosper and develop. Today, people are more connected than ever.
En ese sentido que resultan los esfuerzos realizados por empresas como Huawei, un líder mundial en el campo del desarrollo de la tecnología, para crear una mejor experiencia de usar y ofreciendo canales de extensión más inteligentes y más confiables como en el nivel mundial de rendimiento.
It's at this point that I highlight the effort made by companies such as Huawei, a world leader in the field of technology development, in order to create a better user experience by offering more extensive, smarter, and more reliable channels with the highest level of performance.
Es cierto y conocido que no existe receta universal para desarrollar la política energética de un país. Sin embargo, hay objetivos puntuales a los que los países deben aspirar en materia de energía.
It is true and known to all that there are no universal recipes for developing a country's energy policy. However, there are specific objectives that countries should aspire to in energy matters.
La confiabilidad, seguridad, continuidad de calidad, sustentabilidad energética, metas indispensables para el bienestar de todos los habitantes, son posiblemente los 5 objetivos transversales más importantes que debe perseguir una política energética que ponga en el centro al ciudadano y al consumidor.
Reliability, security, continuity, quality, and energy sustainability, essential goals for the well-being of all inhabitants, are possibly the 5 most important transversal goals that an energy policy, which puts the citizen and the consumer at the center, should pursue.
Lo anterior conlleva restos de una gran magnitud. Por ejemplo, prever para el año 2050 que el número de habitantes del planeta alcancen los 9.000 millones, alrededor de 1.200 millones de personas más que hoy.
This entails challenges of great magnitude. For example, it is expected that by 2050, the number of inhabitants in the planet will reach 9 billion, around 1 billion more people than today.
Asimismo, aproximadamente 3/4 partes de la población mundial vivirán en ciudades a mediados del siglo, lo que pondrá más presión en la obtención de recursos como la energía, que es esencial para nuestro bienestar y nuestra prosperidad en común.
About 3/4 of the world's population will be living in cities by the middle of this century, putting more pressure on resources such as energy, which is essential to our common well-being and prosperity.
Además, debemos tener en cuenta que los recursos naturales, materias primas para la generación de energía, no son infinitos, por lo que ante el crecimiento de la población, así como la integración de cada vez más personas al estilo de vida dependiente de energía, requerimos del esfuerzo transversal y multidisciplinario para afrontar este desafío.
Likewise, we must bear in mind that natural resources, raw materials for energy generation, are not infinite. So in facing the population growth, as well as the integration of more and more people to energy-dependent lifestyles, we require of transversal and multidisciplinary efforts to face this challenge.
En este sentido, es de señalar que mi país, México, se encuentra también inmerso en una gran transformación en lo que respecta al sector energético, esto partiendo de la premisa antes citada como la confiabilidad, seguridad, continuidad, calidad, sustentabilidad energética. En este sentido, es digno señalar que nos dirigimos hacia el fortalecimiento de la industria, poniendo en el centro de las decisiones a las y a los mexicanos.
In this sense, it should be noted that my country, Mexico, is also immersed in a great transformation in regard to the energy sector. This, starting from the aforementioned promises such as reliability, security, continuity, quality, and energy sustainability. Thus, it is worth noting that we are heading towards a strengthening of the industry, putting Mexicans at the center of decisions.
Y estoy seguro que en el espacio como el que hoy nos convoca, hallaremos respuestas que nos ayudan a afrontar el futuro en el sector energético y tecnológico, cada país a su tiempo y en su forma, pero en una constante de bienestar social.
And I am sure that in spaces like the one that gathers us here today, we will find answers that will help us face the future in the energy and technology sector, each country in its own way, but with a key constant, social welfare.
Por ello, me congratulo nuevamente de estar aquí presente, porque estoy segura que en espacios como este encontraremos caminos, pero sobre todo oportunidades de enriquecer nuestra experiencia, y cada uno de aquí presente nos llevaremos un grato recuerdo y satisfacción, aprendizaje con el desarrollo de nuestros países.
For this reason, once again, I must say that I am pleased to be here, because I am sure that in summits like this one, we will find pathways, but above all, we can discover opportunities to enrich our experiences so that each of us present here will take away pleasant experiences and satisfactory learning for the development of our own countries.
En la actualidad, la tecnología es el lenguaje universal que nos une sin importar la latitud en que nos encontremos o el lenguaje que hablemos. Nos facilita la vida, pero lo más importante, nos acerca, nos identifica, además de detonador de conciencias. Sobre estos dos elementos destaca una revolución social inspirada en el bienestar social.
Today, technology is a universal language that unites us regardless of the latitude in which we find ourselves or the language we speak. It makes life easier for us, but more importantly, it brings us closer, identifies us, and in addition, it is a trigger of self-awareness. And in these elements rests a social revolution inspired by social welfare.
Aprovecho para despedirme, no sin antes de exhortarlos a que sumemos esfuerzos reconociendo tecnologías e innovaciones para suministrar más energía confiable, segura, continua, de calidad y sustentable, con la intención de ayudar a satisfacer las necesidades de crecimiento del mundo para idear maneras de consumir la energía de manera más eficiente.
I would like to say goodbye, but not without first exhorting you to use our knowledge, technology, and innovation to provide more reliable, continuous, safe, sustainable, and quality energy with the aim of helping to satisfy the growing needs of the world and to devise ways to consume energy more efficiently.
Trabajemos en conjunto, empresas, comunidades y gobierno.
Let us work together with companies, communities, and governments.
Por su atención, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rocio. Gracias. Thank you for sharing this with us. After these wonderful two speeches, I'm sure you have lots of pictures about the future of energy and the digital economy. So if we focus on each area, what will they look like? Following, we will be sharing low-carbon solutions in specific fields. So let's welcome together our next speaker, Mr. Sanjay Kumar Siani, Global SVP CTO from Huawei Digital Power, to take us through Huawei low-carbon data center solution.
Good afternoon. Saudi 2030, UAE AI cloud first, Smart Singapore 2025, Digital Malaysia. These are some examples of national strategies for digital transformation to help their populations, or as Singapore says, to make life convenient. The 5G as a technology, with its high speeds, ability to transfer large volumes, parallel technology architectures around the edge, have been turbocharging these digital transformation journeys. The adoption of cloud computing is growing at a phenomenal pace, which is very obvious because it brings advantages of automation, agility, cost, ability to scale, security. And this, when coupled with 5G and AI, brings completely new, innovative business solutions. If we look at then the demand that is created due to these deployments, there's a massive deployment demand in terms of compute, storage, networks. If we then look at the non-traditional international markets, this unprecedented demand is further driven by performance and regulation. Data sovereignty is very important to countries so that they don't lose control over personal data of their citizens. This is resulting in a mad scramble to basically have data centers or to build data centers or lease data centers closer to the point of operation. We have seen this is very evident by the pure demand raised by governments in many of these countries and regions. If you then look at the demand in terms of the number of cabinets, we are looking at adding almost 1 million cabinets per year for the next 5 years. Sounds exciting, right? In 2020 alone, $30 billion of data center deals were signed. The data center energy footprint as of last year was 2%. I rephrase. The digital information energy footprint was 2%. It is expected to reach 8% by the end of the decade. The digital data center energy footprint in terms of megawatts, gigawatts, was 12 last year. It's expected to double in 5 years. The story only keeps getting crazier as we go forward. And then if you look at countries like Singapore or Netherlands, data center energy occupies a substantial footprint of their energy consumption. In fact, this has been raised as a concern by many analysts in terms of the energy and carbon emissions. Singapore in 2019 issued a moratorium on data centers. So did Netherlands, although for a year. But when they came back, they came with very specific regulations in terms of resources, land, water, electricity, and more importantly, clear targets for PUE and energy efficiency. As we see this demand, the energy demand of data center is on a collision course with the carbon reduction and emission reduction expectations of the countries. So the question really is, how do we build a green, sustainable data center when on one hand we have tremendous growth requirements and the pressure of reducing carbon? Now, when we talk about carbon reduction and we talk about green data centers or sustainable data centers, it's very important to look at the life cycle carbon of the data center. The embedded carbon during the deployment phase, which is not very easy to compute, to the operative carbon during the operational phase or operational life cycle of the data center, and the end-of-life carbon or carryover carbon at the end of the data center. Unless we don't look at all these aspects, we won't be able to manage a responsible growth in the world of data centers. Now, we've spoken to many cloud service providers, co-location providers, and in our various conversations, it was very clear that for responsible growth of data centers, the focus has to be in these 4 key areas. Green construction. Build only what you want or what you need so that you can keep your embodied carbon to minimum. Green using renewables to reduce the carbon emission footprint in terms of energy, but also in terms of land and water. Efficient use of energy, even if the source is renewable. And finally, smart management. Unless you don't monitor, you can't measure. If you can't measure, you cannot manage. And so the ability to manage all these aspects is going to be very important. Now, low carbon has to be by design. At Huawei, we have developed a prefabricated modular construction system with an end-to-end approach to be able to deploy data centers from a few hundred kilowatt to hundreds of megawatts. And the prefabricated system allows us to offer reduced time to market. It allows us much reduced use of resources. And it allows us to use high rate of recyclables. The energy challenge is juxtaposed with the carbon commitment. And this makes renewables and energy management very important. Huawei sees green power, green generation using renewables as key. This would start from PV for renewable generation, microgrids using solar, energy storage, even data centers, to be all part of the energy cloud, where demand-driven planning can be done so that we are able to intelligently schedule power, clean power, green power, to the data centers. We're using technologies of AI, cloud, IoT, even blockchain to negotiate the power demand and transactions. This would help in reduction of the energy footprint. It would help in reduction of carbon emissions. It will also help us to average out or leverage the fluctuating power tariff curves that fluctuate quite a bit when green energy comes into the grid. If there is enough green energy in the grid during the day, the cost of power goes down very quickly. It can even become zero if you have surplus energy and no buyers. On the other hand, as green energy goes away in the evening, the power cost shoots up. Managing, balancing, scheduling intelligently, all of this will be a big part of this play. It's very important to mention that it's not just carbon. There are other resources that are also very important. Focus on water is key. Use of airside economizers, indirect evaporative cooling, new materials for heat exchange to reduce better heat coefficients, optimized air delivery, efficient heat extraction, liquid cooling. These are many techniques that are being used today to have better cooling within the data center, and as a result, help reduce the PUE. In fact, users of converged solutions have been able to reduce the O&M footprint by almost 25%. Now, data centers are not as simple as they look like. They are quite complex in terms of systems and subsystems. It's very important that we simplify this architecture and the construction of data centers. At Huawei, we see that this simplification will help us in reducing the overall real estate footprint. It will help by using the converged power pods, which are complete electrical rooms, pre-fitted, pre-tested, embedded with IoT, to basically offer a high-efficiency power convergence solution in a box. The ability to modularize them helps you to build as you grow on demand. The ability to create digital twins is another area of focus. The digital twin enabled with AI allows for intelligent visualization of all your resources within the data center, and even across the network of your data centers. And with this visualization, you can have a data-driven energy management, efficiency optimization, automated operation, predictive maintenance of the data center. All of that can help us to reduce the carbon footprint of the data center and move towards a truly sustainable lights-out data center in the future. Now, let me share with you some of the prominent deployments that we have. The Bahrain prefabricated modular data center is roughly a under 2 megawatt prefabricated data center, built in a very short period of time. And this was certified as DCS New Design and Build Data Center of the Year. The modular prefab approach for NBB edge data centers was also a concept that helped our customer in the kingdom to be able to deploy multiple edge sites within a very short period of time. The Qinghai data center is a data center that's powered by 100% renewable energy from photovoltaic PV plant and energy storage. The K2 data center uses indirect evaporative cooling for a much reduced PUE from the cooling component itself, or the cooling energy consumption itself. The Shanghai data center uses converged power pods. These are completely pre-fitted, pre-tested electrical rooms that allow the client to reduce the footprint of their gray space and improve the power efficiency for beyond 97%. We at Huawei believe that we have a great opportunity in the data center space to help our customers improve the efficiency, reduce the carbon emissions by using digital technologies and power electronics, and contribute towards building a sustainable data center business for the digital age. I would like to leave you with some very intelligent words from an unknown philosopher. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sanjay. So simple, smart, green, and secure all in one. How amazing is that? Ladies and gentlemen, and we move on to one of the efficient ways to reduce carbon emissions is to save electricity. As an electric company, Moro has lots of practices in energy saving. For data centers to be green, it is also a trend. Now, let's welcome Mr. Mohammed Saeed bin Sulaiman, CEO of Data Hub Integrated Solutions Moro, to deliver his keynote, which is entitled Building Green Low Carbon Data Center. Let's give him a warm round of applause.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here today, and thanks to Huawei for arranging this great session. So, first of all, let me tell you exactly what is the story of Moro. Moro started back when His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, the Vice President and Prime Minister of the UAE, ruler of Dubai, launched the 10X program. The 10X program was launched in 2017 with the objective of putting Dubai 10 years ahead of other global cities. So how we are going to do this? We are doing this by coming up with innovative ideas, out-of-box ideas, and implementing it here in Dubai. So DEWA has launched Digital DEWA, focusing on two sectors, renewable energy and digital transformation. So Digital DEWA focus on 4 pillars when it comes to those two sectors. I'm talking here about solar energy, energy storage, artificial intelligence, and digital services. So 1 year later, in 2018, His Highness the Crown Prince inaugurated Moro. Moro, the objective of creating Moro is to accelerate the digital transformation in the UAE, helping enterprises and government entities in their transformation journey, digital transformation journey. And our objective is to be the transformation hub of choice for all of our clients. So how we are going to achieve this? We're going to achieve this through the services that we're offering. I'm talking here about hosting and cloud services, smart cities and IoT services, digital solutions, managed and professional services, and of course, cybersecurity services. What we are trying to do in Moro is to be a one-stop shop for all of our clients when it comes to their digital transformation services. And how we're doing this? Through the enablers that we have established. I'm talking here about our staff, I'm talking about our partners, I'm talking about the global certifications and also the technologies that we're bringing. So why the need of green or low carbon facilities or data centers? It's well known, UAE government has announced its strategy for 2050 to be or to have 75% of produced energy in the country from renewable sources, or let's say green sources. So this is the first reason. The second reason is the 10X program, again, as I have mentioned at the beginning. The 10X program mandate us to put Dubai ahead of global cities 10 years ahead of them. So how we're going to achieve this? Today, there is a competition between global cities in reducing CO2 or being carbon neutral. Number of countries have already announced their strategies, and in order to put our city and our country ahead, it's very much important that we focus on this initiative. The last reason, or the third reason, is to be carbon neutral. 10 days back, the leadership here in the country have updated the strategy, and they did mention that by 2050, they want the UAE to be carbon neutral. So Let me just highlight some of the projects that DEWA has launched or is already in progress. I'll give example of 2 projects. The first project is Mohammed bin Rashid Solar Park, which is going to be the largest single-site solar power park in the world. Today, the solar park is generating more than 1,000 megawatt, and once the solar park is fully completed, it's going to generate more than 5,000 megawatt. Beside this, the flagship project of UAE, which is Al-Shira building, which is going to be ready by 2023. It's the first or the largest, smartest net zero energy building in the world. And we are very much proud to be part of this project as managing the project along with our partners to make the building net zero building. Talking of what we are doing in Moro, we are very much proud to announce the launch of the first green data center in the UAE last year in October with the support of our partners, including Huawei. And the data center currently is running with multiple clouds. I'm talking here about Huawei, VMware, IBM, Google Anthos, and I would like to highlight also that we are offering GPU out of the green data center that we have launched last year. And the utilization rate of the data center exceeds 90% today. Why is that? Because from our interaction with our clients, we have seen an increase in the demand of adopting technologies that are running from green sources. And that's why we started another project this year, early this year, with Huawei to build another data center in Mohammed bin Rashid Solar Park with the obvious reasons or the reasons that my colleague just mentioned. It's fast to deploy prefab data centers. As we speak, it's being constructed in China, and the ground here in Dubai is already under construction. We can provide high-density power in the data center with the global trends increasing towards having GPUs to support AI agenda of the enterprises and government sector. Fully digitized as we speak. As I said, the data center is under construction, and every single component is tested in the lab in China. So once it's come here, there is no need to do another test. Another example is AI enablement for the data center, which is going to reduce the cost of operation. Let me just give you some information or highlights about the new data center that we're building. It's going to be built over 10 phases. Phase 1 is going to be ready by March next year, and the total power that is going to be supplying the data center is going to exceed 100 megawatt. Beside this, whoever visited our data center in Jebel Ali, we are very much known about the high security procedures that we implement in our data centers. So the same is going to be also implemented in the new data center in Mohammed bin Rashid Solar Park. In terms of connectivity, we are going to have the connectivity from both telcos. Beside this, leveraging our own connectivity in Dubai. Of course, I'm talking here about Tier 3 certification, the highest certification available here. And also, again, as I mentioned a few minutes back, Moro's objective is to offer end-to-end solutions to its customers. And again, it goes without saying, since it's going to be built in the solar park, it's going to be net zero energy data center. So what's next after the green data center that we are building? As we speak, we are working with a number of our partners to launch liquid-based servers in our data center. This is going to be used by ourselves, and we have also dedicated areas, specific rooms, dedicated rooms for our clients, whoever want to use liquid-based servers in our data center in Jebel Ali. And once the data center in the solar park is ready, it's going to have the same feature available for our customers. So this is basically what we are doing in the data center business and how we are collaborating with Huawei with the objective of achieving the strategy of our government to be carbon neutral country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mohammed bin Sulaiman, once again. A green data center also suits with today's low carbon topic. Back to the energy field. To achieve carbon neutrality, I think one certain thing is that shifting from fossil energy to clean energy and new energy. Solar energy is recognized as green energy, but its characteristics being intermittent and fluctuating make energy storage an important part of its extension. And now let's welcome Mr. Hariram Subramanian, CTO of Huawei Fusion Solar, to bring us the Huawei Solar Plus storage solution. Let's give him a warm welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, something is happening. It's happening as I'm speaking. You might be wondering what I am trying to say, what is happening. The demand for renewable and integration of renewables in the power system is fundamentally changing the way we have to operate the technologies, the way we have to operate the energy, and the way we have to operate the power. And today, I will talk about the situations and the scenarios in making these fundamental changes that is needed. From the generation, from the distribution, transmission, consumption, conversion, very important part is conversion, storage needs to be thought in a completely different way. You might ask the reason why. What is happening when we are integrating power electronics, renewable technologies into the grid? There is a huge challenge to integrate fast power conversion systems into a very slowly moving, rotating, machinery-based conventional technologies. We are seeing in parts of the world almost it's accelerating in places where the power systems are getting weaker and weaker. So we have to address these through power electronic technologies that brings in the grid stability. That is one of the key challenges, integrating power electronics into power systems and bringing in stability to the power systems. The other challenges is related to availability and reliability, and the most important thing here is storage. And the storage technology needs to be extremely safe, resilient, and robust. We are seeing quite a lot of challenges, and we will address these challenges that we are seeing in the power grid through technologies, and also the challenges that we are seeing in terms of the safetiness in storage technologies. That's what I'm going to present to you today. And if you are looking into this, the digital power electronics solutions, we can think it in two ways. There is a bit stream and there is a watt stream. So watt is something that has to do with energy and heat, and the bit is something that has to do with data and communications. And these two important streams can be looked into applications on 4 different aspects. For example, in utility scale scenarios, large power plants, in C&I, commercial and industrial establishment for applications in manufacturing, applications related to residential home systems, as well as last but not the least is microgrid and also related to off-grid solutions. And everything could be managed in terms of, let's say, a digital cloud to look into not just the data, but also to analyze the data, to understand what is happening with these power plants, be it a large scale or be it a small scale. And when we look into this, we want to first understand how would a utility scale power plant of the future look like. As I said, there is something happening and we have to address this, and we address this through our technologies on utility scale on very key components like the smart systems. And what you see here is the system related to power conversion, which is the smart PV controller. You might look at that as a very simple DC to AC conversion, but it's a sophisticated system that is not just managing in the AC side, but also looking more and more into the DC side, where you are connecting the PV strings and the PV modules. And then communicating through digital technologies to let's say, an aggregator to get the data and also to get the data to be analyzed into a cloud platform. And when we look more into the storage, it's actually chemistry. Yeah? But what is more important is managing this chemistry with proper management, like battery management, like managing the kinds of system like racks and the packs inside this chemistry, which are made from cells. And that also brings in the smart string ESS concept, together with the power conversion system, which is actually a bidirectional inverter, which is able to charge and discharge the batteries, and also the STS, or the smart transformer station, which is coupled in an AC side coupling to the grid, and then stepping up to the grid for different kinds of applications and services, like frequency service markets related to arbitrage, and also integrating PV and solar together. And when we would look into the important focus, what I said as stability, everything has to be stable. It's not just in the construction. You need to have a bridge that is stable when there are cars going around, but power electronics and the power system also needs to be very stable. Otherwise, the entire network, either it's a grid or a microgrid, will crash. So we have incorporated certain very key elements and algorithms inside these technologies, as you see here in the picture. And these are, for example, bringing higher amounts of power quality. So what does it mean? We bring in something called as impedance shaping. It's a little bit technical term, but actually these are bringing techniques to damp some kind of power system resonances that will happen in the grid. When we talk about power systems with large, long transmission lines, AC transmission systems, or projects very near to HVDC, or projects where you have certain kind of capacitance, like serious capacitance in the network, or also in the distributed scenarios. So you need to have high amounts of power quality, not just in current, but also in voltage. That's a very, very important thing. And also there are things like what happens when there is a fault in the network? What happens when there is a kind of a three-phase fault, a two-phase fault? And this has to be addressed in the so-called FRT methods, or fault ride-through mechanisms. And we have incorporated into our technologies very interesting concepts like managing asymmetrical faults, not just symmetrical faults. Not just supporting a fault as a dip in voltage, but also transients that can happen, a kind of a raise in voltage that can happen. We are also able to support the grid in these cases. And we are also bringing in methods like impedance shaping. It's a very intelligent system. I can shape the impedance of the network in a way that is able to bring in the grid friendliness in the end. And all is possible only when there is an effective sensing methods, what we call it as the grid sensing, smart algorithms that is able to manage these kind of different grid situations and scenarios that might happen in various countries as I'm speaking. And once we would look into the storage aspect as well as a product, as I said before, it's managing the chemistry in a more intelligent and in a more efficient way. We have incorporated here a very tight integration of battery management system where it needs a proper calculation of state of charge, looking into the state of health into the system, and also optimizing the kind of battery cells or the battery packs and modules, where we call it as the rack level optimization, a pack level optimization, where we do it in various levels and various hierarchies to bring in high amounts of system effectiveness, and that is going to lower down the LCOS significantly. And very important is also O&M, because most of the time, lot of cost goes in operations and maintenance. And our fundamental philosophy is to bring in a zero-touch concept, yeah? And also to reduce the number of visits on site, because most of the PV plants are located remotely in a place where you cannot always have people accessing. And what is more important, as I said, the fundamental building blocks are the safetiness. It's essential and imperative to have safetiness in the system, and that is done through proper thermal balance and thermal management, done through proper analytics to understand what is happening, through our AI technologies, to look into the cells, modules, and to go deeper to make sure that the project is resilient, robust, and also safe with these kind of storage technologies. And now if you would look into a solution scenarios for, let's say, in commercial aspects and also into residential aspects, and when we are looking into the residential aspects, the most important thing here is also safetiness. And also the important thing is to get the maximum out of the photons. That means whatever is actually coming into your solar panels, we want to utilize it to the maximum. And that is done through a maximizer, which we call it as a power optimizer, to make the modules more smarter. And in addition to the power optimizer, we also provide the storage in order to create your own power plant inside your house, so that you are able to manage your loads and demands, whatever you have inside your house, independently, and also to work in harmony with the grid. And how is this possible? This is possible with our smart energy storage solution. And with the smart energy storage solution is also having all the technologies, as I said before, like battery balancing, state of charge, state of health calculation, and also with the AI technology that goes inside here, we are able to manage actually the generation, the supply, demand for your local loads, and to predict it in a more careful way so that you can get the maximum out of your own power plant that you create in your own house. And most important is the so-called AFCI, that is the arc fault circuit interrupter. What does that mean? It looks like also a technical term. It is something that can happen in there are some faults or insulation issues or maybe some cable faults. And that can be extremely damaging because it can create a kind of a spark, and that can ignite, and this has to be addressed in a very careful way. Because most of the time, it has to be detected accurately, not to have, let's say, false alarms or triggering because of some noises. So this is done with our active safety integration inside, and this AFCI will also help in rapid shutdown if there is a kind of a potential, let's say, arc detected. What is happening in these cases when we try to deploy our power electronics and data, it is also very important to manage the data, to do data analytics done through deep learning mechanisms. And one of the deep learning mechanisms is using our AI-based generation and consumption predictive pattern algorithms. So in this case, we have 3 different scenarios where we can have a sunny mode, a rainy mode, a smart home mode, and with this, one can actually get the maximum out of your own power plant. That means the algorithms are able to understand how the scenario is, to forecast and provide you with a solution where it can be used not just for generation and load and providing some energy to the loads, but also it can be helpful to intelligently manage your loads, because it's more important. It's a kind of a demand-side management, but done in a more intelligent way through the algorithms. And now when we would look into a segment related to the C&I, where it's a little bit bigger power plants, not just as residential in kilowatt range, but a little bit in between kilowatt to megawatt range, we also provide our solutions there, especially also with, let's say, with the optimizer solution that I said with the smart modules, and together with our inverters, which is the power conversion system, and also with the battery system here, together with the smart bidirectional battery energy storage controller. We always call it as a controller because it's not just converting, let's say, DC to AC, but it is also doing some management activities there. And with the smart optimizer, what we are able to bring in is to extract a maximum amount of yield, because there could be shading in different roofs. And there could be a situation or a scenarios where you want to extract from every panel the maximum output of it. And together with our storage solution here, we are providing, you could bring and build a bigger power plant for managing your own manufacturing facilities or managing your load centers. And this is extremely interesting because it's not just higher yields, it's also reducing the cost of electricity for you. Obviously, with our smart system-level active safety, and everything is done with a very better O&M management system so that you can eliminate a lot of cost and OPEX cost significantly. So I would conclude by saying that in order to integrate power electronics into power systems, we have to look into different situations and scenarios, and the most important thing is actually to bridge in digital technologies and power electronic technologies and converge these technologies to have a kind of an Internet of Energy. So thank you very much for listening to my presentation, and for any questions, please feel free to ask me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hariram. I suppose that in the future, PV plus storage will be seen easily, and every home can use clean energy to accelerate the realization of low-carbon society. Carbon neutrality is relevant to every business, and companies can play their part in constructing low-carbon projects. AquaPower has extensive experience in building low-carbon projects, and now let's welcome Mr. Manish Singhal, Head of Solar PV, AquaPower, to share with us the practice of low-carbon project and digitalization.
Digital and energy transition are the two big buzzwords we all keep hearing around us, more so after COVID pandemic. Good afternoon, gentlemen and ladies, and thank you, Huawei team. My friend Charles, Faris, Robin, everyone who is behind this event, bringing all the experts from the global community and amateurs like me on this dais for sharing our views. The event is happening at a time when the global leaders and the sustainable activities are looking forward to COP26 conference at Glasgow in beginning November, where some of the very decisive measures are expected to be ratified towards acceleration of energy transition and adoption of zero carbon, net zero by 2050. It has 4 pillars: coal, which we must stop using; cars, which we must switch to electric vehicles; trees, which we must stop cutting; and money, which we require in plenty towards adoption of renewable energy. Gentlemen, my name is Manish Singhal, and I represent AquaPower in my capacity as head of solar PV portfolio, and I'm going to share my views on the opportunities and the role of renewables towards net zero carbon future. AquaPower is a leading private developer, investor, and operator of power, water, and very soon hydro energy assets. We are national champion of Saudi government, carrying their flag across 13 countries, 3 continents, with a combined capacity of 41.6 gigawatt of power, 6.4 million cubic meters of water, both the projects which are developed and under development, combined total value of $66 billion. And 33% of our portfolio is renewables. When we say renewables, it is across solar PV, solar thermal, as well as wind. As you can see, we have been leading some of the lowest tariffs in the world in all the geographies where we have in Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Egypt, Morocco, South Africa. Now, these pictures speak 1,000 words. We all have seen this change, and in some way, we all are responsible for this change. How I say we all have collective responsibility and accountability to reverse this change or at least contain this change. For this, we require the governments to come forward and set up very bold visions. The way a Dubai government has said, my previous colleague mentioned, that there is a 75% of target set by 2050, which is very bold in every way. We require institutions and organizations to adopt green measures. And we require all of us as individuals to change our preferences in whatever way, in buying equipments which are energy efficient, in whatever we are doing in our life, cutting emissions from all across. 1.5 degree is being talked about. This is the target that the world has set, that we must reduce the global warming within 1.5 degrees by 2050. The moment it touches 2 degrees, it can be catastrophic. We are already at 1.18 degrees Celsius. And if we continue to proceed as per the current emissions of carbon dioxide, it is going to touch 1.5 degrees by 2034. So the numbers are important, and because of this, the global community has set up a target to achieve net zero by 2050. And I'm taking cue from the recent report published by IEA, and I will encourage all of you to go through this report. It's a 234 pages, well thought of report, which shows where we are today, how we are going to cover this path of net zero in a step of 5 years each until 2050. And if you can see today, we are at 33.9 gigaton of carbon dioxide, and majority of it comes from power. Next is industry. Transportation sector is the next biggest contributor to the carbon dioxide, and then buildings. So from 2020, the path is to move towards 2030, where 33.9 getting reduced to 21.1 gigawatt ton, and the opportunities are on this side. You will require 1,000 gigawatt of renewables. Out of this, 630 gigawatt per annum is the solar PV, and approximately 390 gigawatt per annum is wind. You will require green hydrogen. You will require shipping fuel, which are based on low carbon. I believe it's going to be hydrogen. You will require aviation fuel, which are based on, again, low carbon, could be hydrogen. And from this path, going all the way to 2030, where 90% of your generation is expected to be based out of renewables as per the path. Green hydrogen is expected to be the main fuel used in the transportation. We will require $260 billion up to 2030 and $800 billion per annum from 2030 onwards in terms of the investment. So clearly, renewables are likely to be adopted more and more. We all know that it is going to help reduce the carbon dioxide, but the biggest question is it good for the economy? Is it good for the business? Here are some statistics which I want to present before you, which clearly proves that renewable is not only good for the environment, it is also good for the businesses. If we have seen some of the recent tariffs announced globally, be it Chile, be it Saudi Arabia, elsewhere, solar photovoltaic has reduced now to a tariff in the range of $1.2 to $1.5 cents a kilowatt hour. 24/7 dispatchable power, which is happening in Dubai, has a tariff of $7.1 cents. And any battery energy storage project with 4 to 6 hours of storage is in the range of 5 to 6 cents. If you compare these tariffs with the conventional CCGT, coal or oil fired, you can see we have already hit the grid parity. The challenge is how soon we move forward with a 24/7 renewables power at an affordable tariff. And looking on the green hydrogen, today it's costly. People are saying it's in the range of $3 to $6 a kg, but there is a plan, there is a path, there is an adoption, acceleration of the adoption happening, which is expecting that the prices of the hydrogen are likely to be well below $1 per kg. That's where it will compete with oil as well as gas. The future path has been determined. All the stats are there in the IEA report, and I'm very confident that we will get there. What Aqua Power is doing as our responsibility towards net zero target, I wish to highlight two of our most important assets. One of them is NEOM. Now, this is a project which is aiming to build a facility to produce ammonia, 1.2 million tons per annum, in partnership with NEOM and Air Product. It's a project of $6 billion where we are using wind and solar as a renewable energy to feed electrolyzer as well as the ASU to produce nitrogen and hydrogen. Both of them are getting mixed together to produce liquefied ammonia, which will be transported to European region for final use. And in terms of energy carbon dioxide reduction, this project is expected to reduce 3 million tons of carbon dioxide per annum, which is a small contribution from this project towards the net zero. We have another flagship project called Red Sea, which is very unique in a way that all your utilities, power, potable water, wastewater treatment, solid wastewater treatment, cooling, all of it is under one agreement. The second unique feature about this is it is a net zero emission facility. It is not connected to the grid. It is entirely decentralized energy generation. There is a zero waste emission from this entire facility. And this will help reduce 500,000 carbon dioxide per annum, and will also house one of the largest battery project in the world, which is higher than 1,000 megawatt hour. So we are working very closely as a strategy of Aqua Power. We believe we are going to be the central towards energy transition, and will continue to deliver power, water, and hydrogen in the most reliable and at the lowest cost. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manish Singhal, once again, ladies and gentlemen. As the information society develops, side power is under the revolution of energy saving and low carbon emissions. So how to be green and economical while at the same time ensuring normal functions. Let's welcome now Mr. Michel Fraisse, Vice President and CTO Huawei Digital Power Europe, to give us the answer.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Very pleased to be here today with you. The topic of the day is how to build, a green 5G networks, keeping the OPEX as low as possible, keeping the CAPEX as low as possible, and being green, which is, being net zero carbon in the coming years. So if we look at 5G, 5G is developing extremely fast. Much faster than 3G, much faster than 4G. And we can see today that many countries already roll out 5Gs. We can see that in China only, more than 1 million 5G sites has been built. So this is really, the way of the future. Now, if we look at the impact of 5G on your network, I must say, before talking about the infrastructure, I must say something. 5G is 10 times more efficient than 4G for the same amount of data. So people think 5G is more power. Yes, it will be more power because more equipment, but more powerful equipment. So if we look at the existing site, 2G, 3G, 4G, the peak power is around 8 kilowatt. Adding 5G in the first phase, you will increase the power consumption of this site to around 14 kilowatts, peak power. Then adding more bandwidth in the future, like millimeter bandwidth, then you will go maybe to 18, 19 kilowatt. So how do we deal with this extra power? What we found out is most of the sites cannot accept this extra power without modifications. You will need grid modernizations. You will need to add new cabinets on site and maybe change the cables if you do it the traditional ways. So this is where Huawei have been also thinking and looking at this, because equipment represents 30% of the tip of the iceberg, so 30% of your investment. But then you need to look below the seawater, the sea level. Then you need to rent a crane. Maybe you need to renegotiate your rental agreements. Maybe you need to change the structure of your rooftop because you've got too much weight on this. So this is the first stage. The second one is, especially in Africa and the Middle East and in other parts of the world, electricity is scarce. Not everyone has electricity. So we got more than 50 million gensets, diesel generators running around the world to produce electricity. These gensets, it's a lot of pollution, a lot of noise, but it's also a lot of cost. You need to refuel it. You need to go on site on a regular basis. You need to maintain them. And then it's a lot of CO2 emissions. So when you want to be carbon neutral, when you want to be green, you also need to think of how can I, remove these gensets, or at least make them work at the highest efficiency points. Carbon neutrality is something which is taken very seriously by all the countries in the world today. Being in Europe, being in the US with the return of the new president, we're back to the Paris Agreement, being in Japan, being in China, being in Dubai. All the key operators, same thing. They all get clear targets, to be green, to be carbon neutral, sometimes by 2030, sometimes by 2040, and the latest, most of the time, by 2050. So how can we do that? How can we keep your OPEX low? How can we keep your CAPEX under control and be greener? If we do it the traditional way, you can see that the impact on your OPEX will be tremendous. So we need to change things. And this is where Huawei has been working and innovating to change things, to make sure that this scenario here will not happen. So we're going to talk about green sites. When we say green site, it's green radio site, mobile sites. And our strategy here is, instead of having indoor system with indoor cooling system, 20 square meters, it's a lot of expenses. We want to go outdoor cabinets. One site, one cabinet. We can do that because we're focusing on reducing the space of our own equipment, reducing the space of our batteries using lithiums, and having enough room and enough cooling inside these cabinets so you can put the equipment inside. But then we go one step further. We want to go one site, one blade. And you will see one blade is like a radio unit. Convection cooled, no noise, can work up to 55 degrees C, so you forget about it, no maintenance. Indoor room sites, the site energy efficiency is around 60%. If you go to outdoor, you go to 80, 85%. If you go to blade, you go to 95, 97% site efficiency. So this is also, power utilizations. You need to be very efficient. Green equipment rooms. 5G is not only mobile. 5G will also impact the fixed network. Will also impact your central office. So you need to think about having an efficient building of this, a modernization of this central office. So we come back on this. Lithium for all. We do believe that lithium is the technology of the future. We're using very safe, very stable lithium technology called lithium ferrophosphates. So no risk of fires, no risk of accidents. Solar for all. We do believe that you can solarize your sites, being a mobile site, being a central office. It could be on a rooftop, it could be in a field, in a green field. And then, of course, everything needs to be intelligent. So you need to be able to have clear information from your site. So get the data, everything can be connected. Once you can have this data, then you can visualize this data. You can analyze this data. And with AI, the system itself can make decisions. The system itself will allow you to be more efficient and to operate and maintain your network in a proper way. You increase your efficiency by around 30%. So if you look at the site energy going from room to outdoor cabinet, and here we can see the blade solution. So the blade solution is a convection cool rectifier, basically, that you can put in a pool or against the walls, with what we call a blade batteries, which is the lithium batteries. In this case, you got zero footprint. The big advantage, if you go to blade solutions, zero footprints. You will increase your site energy efficiency, as mentioned before, because you got no cooling, it's convection cooled. You don't have any maintenance visit to do, so you forget about it. This is great, because you don't have to worry about going on site to do maintenance. There is no more maintenance. And then to deploy these blade solutions is only 1 hour for 2 people, so very quick. Next thing is regarding green equipment room, green central office. Traditional ways, you're going to have bulky batteries, no space anymore in this central office, maybe some old equipment, low efficiency. The idea is to build a high-density power systems. The idea is also to follow what the ITU have been recommended in terms of voltage, 57-volt DC and no more 48-volt DC, and to combine this with lithium batteries, which also can discharge at a constant voltage output. So then, your existing cable can be reused because the battery will not discharge and the battery voltage will not go down as we do in lead acid to up to 42 volts. They will keep at 57 volts, so it's 40% more. So you can put 40% more on the existing cables. So then you don't have to change everything. In this example here, this is an example we did in China. We replaced 11 cabinets and batteries by 3 cabinets. So we free up rooms, free space. We increase the site energy efficiency. Everything become intelligent because everything is connected. Remember we got sensors everywhere, everything is connected. So in that case, no need for extra room, no need for extra cooling, no need for extra cables. The return on investments was around 1 year. Lithium for all. On this picture here, you can see typical batteries that you can find in central office. Very bulky. It's made of 2-volt elements in this case. And if one battery fail, one block of battery fail, you will use a 1,000 amp hour battery, 3,000 amp hour battery, the complete battery string. So we want to go for these dumb batteries, very heavy, taking a lot of space, to lithium. What we call smart cloudly, because all our batteries got their own battery management system. They're all intelligent. They don't rely on a separate control unit. Okay? These batteries, they are 1/3 of the size, 1/3 of the weight of lead-acid batteries. They are always connected, so 24 by 24, 7 by 7, they are monitored. Don't need to go on site to do any tests. They will tell you if something is wrong. And if something is wrong, they will disconnect automatically because each battery block is intelligent. Talking about intelligence, then with these batteries, you have intelligent functions. These batteries, they are 5 times the cycle charge and discharge compared to lead acid. So you can use them as energy storage solutions, which means that you can do some peak shaving. If your site don't have enough power, the grid modernization may cost a lot of money and times. Then in that case, you can use the grid as maximum, use the energy of the battery for the peak, which is called peak shaving. In the same tokens, if you got price of electricity, which is different during the day, then during high price of electricity, you can switch off from the AC and use the batteries. On low price of electricity, you can recharge your batteries. This is one way also to save your OPEX. So intelligent energy storage. Solar for all. Normal setup is you got PV panels in series connected to a solar converter. In this case, you got 3 PV panels in series. If one PV panel got some shadow or a crack, 50%, let's say, all the 3 PV panels will be affected. So if you got 3 times 400 watts peak panels, 1,200 watts, if one panel is shadow by 50%, the output over the string will be 600 watts. We have IPV, is a PV optimizer. What we do is one panel got their own DC-DC converter. If one panel got a shadow, only this panel will be affected. So now, before you got 600 watts, now you got only 1,000 watts. So it's 60% more power. So you lose only 200 watts. So this is what we've been doing, and this is something we are doing for, solarizing all the mobile sites. So this is what I've been saying here. This is an example of achievement in Greece, a country where there is a lot of suns, like here. We basically modernize the site, which is, oops, sorry, I went too fast. Okay, we modernized the site. We went from indoor to outdoor, and we implement IPV and RH solar. We reduced the site is connected to the grid. We reduced the grid power consumption by more than 50%. This case is in Vodafone, by the way, in Greece, and this is something which is on YouTube, so you can download it and see what's going on. This is another example where basically we replace a traditional site with multi-vendor, fuel sites, high fuel consumption, high carbon emissions, high noise, difficult to operate the maintenance, by a zero diesel generator. How did we do that? In fact, this was in Pakistan. There was multiple grid outages during the day, so it was costing a lot of money to go on site, refuel the sites, and a lot of maintenance costs as well. So we did a study, and then on the existing lead-acid batteries, we added some lithium batteries, because you can mix different types of batteries together. And then the lithium batteries were taking the cycles. When the grid was not good, then for 2 hours, for example, running on lithium batteries. By doing that, we were able to remove completely the gensets. Return on investment, less than a year. Impact on the planet, no more CO2 emissions. This is what we can do. Intelligence for all. You can have the greatest component, the greatest sites. You need to be able to have full visibility of what's going on. So you need to have the information. You need to get this information in such a big data, and you need to control this information and act. This is where we got this network management system called NetEco within Huawei, which will allow you to remotely control what's going on, to remotely know what is going on. You can check warning. Oh, there is a warning on this site. It's not at the right level of KPIs, so you know you have something to do. And in most cases, most of the time, the system itself will tell you what to do. Last slide for this presentation. This is an example of what we achieved in China with one operator. This was a teamwork. This is important. So we got a team of Huawei and a team of the Chinese operator together. They have been working on this, and by implementing everything what I presented to you in the previous slide, instead of increasing the OPEX from 223 million to 342 million, this is about 20,000 sites, just to give you the background, we managed to keep the OPEX even a bit lower than it was before. So this is what we can do. We can help you to control your OPEX, not increase your OPEX when deploying new technologies such as 5G. We will minimize your CAPEX, and by implementing our new technologies, this will also have a good impact on the planet and the CO2 emissions. So we believe in technology for a better and greener telecom networks. Shukran. Thank you very much.
Thank you once again, Mr. Michel Fraisse, for this great speech. So, deploying 5G without additional energy OPEX, minimizing CAPEX, and reducing carbon emissions. How cool is that? To achieve a low-carbon society and develop a green economy, the Middle East has always been a pioneer in the construction of low-carbon ICT infrastructure networks. Next, let us welcome Mr. Jassim Al-Marzouqi, Head of Data Centers and Telecom Facilities, Emirates Integrated Telecommunications Company, DO, to share their low-carbon ICT infrastructure network practice with us today. Let's give him a warm welcome.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Huawei, for inviting us and to share our experience and listen to the experts on this critical subject, actually. I think a lot has been said on this critical subject, ICT, CO2 emission, green, climate change, carbon neutrality. I don't know. Are we in the right direction? Or have we done enough of what we are supposed to do? Is our goal clear? A lot of questions. But I think in this country, we are really blessed to have a visionary leadership like Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid. His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid, the Vice President and ruler of Dubai, he said it very clearly that our vision is clear. He said our goal is clear, to build an economy that protects the environment and an environment that supports the growth of the economy. These two subjects cannot be decoupled. They are hands in hands. A strong economy as well as sustainable environment. We cannot work on the environment without having a strong economy. At the same time, we cannot neglect the environment and expect to have an economy that helps us to protect the environment. These are hands in hand, and especially in the last few years where the ICT has played, or digital transformation has been the key player in the strategies of all aspects. So it's very critical here we are talking about. I think there are three major stakeholders that are driving the change in green initiative. The first one, and the far most important, I think, is the policymakers, the governments, the international organizations who have, of course, worked on certain agreements like Paris Climate Agreement, UA 2015 carbon neutrality, which was announced last week or 10 days back. A lot of investment will be done there. EU Green Deal, so a lot of green agreements have been in place, which is good commitment from the governments around the world on this critical subject. The second most important, I would say, investors. Without having enough investment on this critical subject, we will not be able to achieve the goal, which is carbon neutrality or zero carbon. Strategy on the sustainability has to be there clearly in our all strategies, using latest technology, green initiatives, green technologies. The third and I think equally important of all is us, me and you, consumers. What are we doing here? Are we doing our job to protect? We are part of this planet. We have clear responsibility and important responsibility actually to change our behavior. It's all of us actually. It's a complete ecosystem. Just to talk a little bit about what's happening in the digital environment. This information is not new to you. I'm sure you guys know it, but it's just to remind ourselves actually. There's been boom in digital economy for sure. In the data itself, data that has been created, consumed, and stored in the last 10 years and projection in the next 5 years. We have seen that up to 2021, there is a lot, almost 80 zettabyte of data has been used, and it's projected to go to up to or more than 180 by 2026. Now, just to visualize what we are talking about from the data perspective. One data scientist, he said, 1 exabyte, and you know that 1 zettabyte is equal to 1,000 exabytes. He said 1 exabyte is equivalent to all the words that have been said by the mankind since the creation of Adam, alayhi salam. And we are talking about a huge amount of data, a lot of information. Another example from mobile subscribers. And as we speak, 2020, 2021, there's a lot, around 8 billion of mobile subscribers using mobile network, basically. And it's projected or forecasted to increase by around 10% in the next 5 years. Now, this 10% globally, this 10% is not that much. However, the use of data or the traffic is exponential growth. It's expected to grow by 250% In MENA region alone, today we are talking about almost 700 million subscribers. It's expected to reach to 800 million, around 14 or 15% extra, the growth. But again, the data traffic is expected to grow by 600%. That's huge. That requires a lot of infrastructure or good infrastructure to be in place from the ICT, from the telecom network, or more generally in the ICT infrastructure. This requires more energy consumption, of course, and accordingly, CO2 emission will be there. Now, ICT sector, it's estimated it's contributing or accounting for around 2% globally, but don't misunderstand me. ICT is a solution to reduce our CO2 emission in other sectors as well, which I'll explain later. I think there are two aspects in ICT here. Greening of ICT, which we have the responsibility, and the other part is greening through ICT. Greening of ICT, of course, to reduce CO2 emissions from ICT network, and a lot has been done, and we can do more. This is our job to do it. Green manufacturing, virtualization, less use of hardware, more use of virtual machines. Cloudification, if we don't need data centers next to our premises, we can put it in cloud. Next generation network, which is of course much more efficient than the traditional network. Green data centers, lower PUEs. Clean energy like wind, solar, geothermal, all this contributes to greening the ICT sector. Going to greening through ICT, which is basically using ICT or digital-enabled solutions to reduce CO2 emissions in other sectors. For example, smart grids, smart government applications, online banking, virtual meetings, all these are tools or solutions that can be used, they are being used actually, to reduce CO2 emissions in other sectors. So ICT is a solution, it's part of a solution, it's a major part of the solution to reduce CO2 emissions globally. This is actually an interesting slide. I extracted it from GEIS, which is government e-sustainability initiatives. It's an organization, basically, they promote use of ICT solutions to reduce CO2 emissions in other sections, and they also work closely with international organizations like ICPP or IPCC. And basically, their chairman said, the emissions avoided through the use of ICT are already nearly 10 times greater than the emissions generated by deploying it. So basically, we are supposed to use more of ICT solutions if we want to go green. If you see the chart here, basically, this is comparing the business as usual scenario compared to using digital-enabled scenario. By 2030, if we don't use or use less of digital-enabled solutions, expected to grow linearly and emit more CO2 emissions. But using these solutions, it's expected to reduce the CO2 emission by over 12 gigatons of CO2. This is huge. So we are part of the solution. Coming to our organization, EITC, of course, we are part of this community, part of the company, part of the globe. We are having our corporate sustainability report, which has been published to the market every year. We have done a lot. We are I'm emphasizing here on the technology side, the office side, the recycling, that is of course being tackled there, but here I'm focusing on the technology side. We have used solar, of course, solar power system to reduce our CO2 emission. We started in 2009, and we are continuing it with the latest technology. Smart hybrid power systems, we have used it also in 2012, 11 actually, and continuing it with the latest storage also here. Free cooling system, actually, this is an innovative solution we started deploying in 2012. Basically, a lot of people say, what free cooling in this region? It's free heating, actually. But no, it is true. And we are having around 5 or 6 months from somewhere in November up to April, where we can use or make use of the cooler temperature outside to remove the heat from the shelters. and we have been using it, and we have reduced our CO2 emission, and of course, utility bills for sure. High efficient power system, virtualization of core network, that's very important. Now our core network is virtualized on the same layer, so less of hardware is being used, more of virtual machines. Advanced radio network feature, that's also whenever there's low traffic, then we are using smart feature to put them in sleep and reduce CO2 emission. Solar on tower, back to grid. This is an innovative solution. Wherever we cannot use solar system on we don't have a plot enough, big enough, then we are using the existing mobile tower to put the solar panels on top of it and connecting to the grid, and this is applicable to DEWA, thanks to DEWA, because they regularized the connection of solar from private sector to DEWA grid. So we'll be working on them. Hopefully we will launch this next year, inshallah. Coming to specific cases that we have worked hand in hand with Huawei, actually we have done specific cases like zero carbon solar using lithium-ion batteries. These sites are located off-grid, so alternative option would be to use diesel generators, which of course consume a lot of diesel and CO2 emission, in addition to being, of course, costly for sure. So we have been using solar, as I said, since 2009, but recently, last year, we started using it with lithium-ion batteries for the first time, which has helped us to reduce our cooling power by 75%, because lithium-ion batteries can operate at much higher temperature compared to traditional VRLA batteries. And also it helped us to reduce the footprint by 30%. As an absolute figure, we managed to reduce the carbon CO2 emission by almost 34% or 55% per site per year. Another case that we have worked also on smart hybrid system. On the sites, again, where we cannot put solar system due to plot limitation, we have deployed a smart hybrid, where we can cycle the load between diesel generator and batteries. Now, earlier we used to put VRLA batteries, but now from this year, inshallah, we'll be putting lithium-ion batteries. And we managed to reduce the generator runtime by more than 60, almost 67%, from 24 hours to only 8 hours a day. Now, of course, that helped us to reduce the diesel consumption and CO2 emission by 60%. And around 33 tons of CO2 emission has been avoided per site per year. So this is another innovation solution that you have been using. The third case that I wanted to share with you is one site, one cabinet. Traditionally, what we do, we use a shelter of around 6 square meter, size 3 by 2, which has active cooling and all other network elements in it, which consumes a lot of power. We replaced this with a single site, single cabinet, very efficient. This cabinet only takes 0.6 square meter of footprint, reducing the footprint by 90% and cooling power requirement by almost 70%, from 2.4 kilowatt to only 0.8 kilowatt. And CO2 emission was avoided almost 7 tons per site per year. Just to recap of what I have said, this is the last slide. As I mentioned, low carbon ICT network can be achieved through smart zero carbon solar system with lithium-ion batteries. That's what we have practically proved to achieve it. Simplified one site, one cabinet. Drastically reduces the footprint and cooling power requirements. Also high efficiency hybrid system, which I talked about. Of course, I'm not talking about data centers. There are a lot of things can be done in data centers, and we have done it, but I wanted to share the 3 cases that we have worked with Huawei. Also, just to recap, ICT-enabled solutions significantly contribute to greening other sectors. So we cannot avoid that. It is part of the sustainable strategies of most of the organizations, if not all, and governments, whether it be digital, economical, or environmental. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Once again with us, Mr. Jassim Al-Marzouqi. The development of the digital economy brings a lot of fun and convenience to our lives, but it is also accompanied by the explosive energy consumption and carbon emissions. Improving the sustainability of digital infrastructure and reducing carbon emissions are also issues that we need to pay attention to. Next, please, let's welcome Professor Rabia Bashroush, Global Head IT Infrastructure Advisory, Uptime Institute, to deliver the next presentation, which is entitled Digital Infrastructure Sustainability. Let's give him a warm welcome.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you, Hawaii, for inviting me today. Very interesting presentations already. And I'd like the note from the previous speaker about greening by ICT and greening of ICT. It's very easy to forget in these technical events we focus on greening ICT and we forget the role ICT plays in greening various other aspects. I had the pleasure to work with various regulators and governments and policymakers largely around Europe and more recently in other parts of the world and in this part of the world. And the interesting question that is usually they ask, why? I mean, we saw in previous presentations, they talk about the number of racks, the growth in demand for data, but the question is why? Where is this coming from? Yeah. So I had a team, so we conducted various studies and we modeled what I call the environmental impact of our digital lives. Yeah. So this is one of the studies we conducted. I'm sure all of us take a lot of photos with our phones, yeah? So we conducted a study to model the energy required to store the photos taken with our phones just in the UK over 1 year. Very simple. So in the UK, we assume 2.5 megabyte per photo, 6.5 kilowatt hours per gigabyte to store over a year, assuming the rate, the popular configurations, redundancy across multiple sites, etc. If you take around 1,000 photos per year, and this is nothing, look at your phones and you realize you take a lot more than this. That's very conservative. That doesn't account for also videos. And then in the UK, that was for the UK, there is around 41 million smartphone users, okay? So simple mathematics, we calculated this to be around 666 gigawatt hours. And that number is genuine, actually. I didn't mean that number to appear. That was, if you do the maths, it is 666. To put things in perspective, if you're not a power engineer, this is equivalent to the electricity consumption of Liverpool. This is an area in the UK with 500,000 inhabitants. This is just to store the photos if you store your photos on the cloud. That's over 1 year. Okay, that doesn't account for videos. We did similar studies for, I don't know, how many of you heard of Cristiano Ronaldo? You follow football here, yeah? So we again, just to help people understand the impact, Cristiano Ronaldo has just over 200 million followers. I'm sure today probably be a lot more. So we modeled the amount of energy required when Cristiano Ronaldo posts a photo on Instagram for this to travel, just to travel to his 200 million followers, it consumes 30 megawatt hours. To put things in perspective, this is equivalent to 11 households in the UK over 1 year. The energy consumption of 11 households over 1 year. That's one post, one person. It is huge, right? We looked at Despacito. How many of you watched Despacito? Nobody? Well, there are 7 billion views. There are 7 billion people on Earth. So most likely, many of you probably watched this. Again, we modeled the energy consumption of this. It was huge, right? This is where we were seeing the growth. It's not only social media, right? This is there are various ways to calculate. How many of you heard of Bitcoin? Bitcoin mining? Yeah, many of you, yeah? So basically, it's a way it's a currency that relies on blockchain, distributed calculations, doing heavy calculations to build that system. This is one approach to calculate the energy consumption of Bitcoin. And it is approximately now around 172 terawatt hours. That's the network. Bitcoin network. There are various estimates. This is the likely one. Some people put it at 72 terawatt hours. Again, it's good to put things in perspective. This is equivalent to the energy consumption of all these countries you see on the screen. That is just the energy consumption of one application of Bitcoin. That's only one cryptocurrency. At the moment, there is 1,500 plus cryptocurrencies. And this is only one application of blockchain, right? Bitcoin mining is one thing. There's so many other applications being evaluated. This is the scale of things. And by the way, if you think it's 72 terawatt hours, then it's the first two columns. That's 72 terawatt hours. This is the scale of growth we're talking about. That's why the need for digital infrastructure. Nobody builds data centers because we love the building. We build them to meet the demand of people. Now, where is the demand? Why is it going crazy? One KPI we look at is that how long it takes a successful social media business to reach 1 billion monthly active users, okay? Roll back 20 years, the days of Facebook, the old days of Facebook or WhatsApp or Instagram or WeChat, it used to be, the successful ones used to take anything between 7 to 8 years to hit that mark of 1 billion monthly active users. Fast forward to TikTok, and TikTok took just over 3 years to hit that mark. This is, again, the scale of growth we are witnessing now. Why? Many reasons. First, there's more than 7 billion people living on Earth now, more than ever lived on Earth. Second, we're only at 50% penetration. And this is only going to go up. And third, I mean, TikTok, these are the kids. These are the 10, 12, 7, 8-year-old. They're a new target for social media. So, again, an example from the UK. This is on the left side, you see the energy consumption, electricity consumption in the UK over 24 hours averaged over the year, and the different curves are for the different seasons. On the right hand, you see the internet exchange traffic. This is 70% of the UK traffic goes through the London Internet Exchange, and that you see the traffic flow over, again, the hours. What we try to see is there a correlation between internet consumption and the drive in energy consumption? And you can see the peak in energy consumption is now at 8 o'clock in the evening. If you roll back in Europe 20 years ago and before, the peak used to be during working hours, where the heavy industries, etc. Nowadays, the peak is in the evening when people are streaming their favorite program, right? And this, you can see it correlates directly to the peak in internet consumption. How do we see this? Of course, you see the trends reflected. Google energy consumption, I'm just giving examples of these companies. By the way, they're great because they share their energy consumption. But we look at the reports 2018 compared to 2017, 33% energy increase. We look at Netflix, 84% energy increase year on year. The same thing for other companies. Microsoft last year had to add 100 megawatt of capacity in 2 weeks to meet the demand after the pandemic. This is the scale of pressure we're seeing on infrastructure. Now, what do? We're working with companies and organizations across the world, and I thought I would share some of their practices, some of the things we do. We have a framework, and we look at 4 main areas: energy efficiency, renewable energy use, circular economy practices, and offsetting and other initiatives. And we can package the things we do under these 4 headers. The first one around energy efficiency is basically we need to do more for less. We need to produce more useful work for less energy. And what we're seeing there in some of the main areas, and there are great ideas today in the presentations from the technologies and the practices I heard from Du and from Huawei. But right sizing of facilities and the modular design, this is crucial because one of the biggest causes for energy waste is oversizing of facilities, because data centers are at their best when they're highly utilized. Yeah? So modularization gives you a solution so you can grow the infrastructure according to demand. And then follow best practices. Again, I heard the reference to free air cooling. This is a great example. It works if you top it up with adiabatic, etc. Look at best practice. There's so many, like in terms of airflow management, in terms of temperature set points in the data center, modular UPS systems, minimizing AC-DC conversions. There's so many best practices out there you could evaluate. And most importantly, maximize the use of your IT infrastructure. We keep talking about data centers. We forget that, again, the biggest consumer in the data center is actually the IT. If your PUE is 1.8, the 1 is the IT. We don't talk a lot about it. And very funny example I came across is that we did a study commissioned by the European Commission in Europe. We studied around 400 data centers across Europe. And we looked at the average utilization of servers. And guess what was the average utilization? Any guess, any numbers? 30%? No, it was anything between 5% and 25%. And the average, if I do weighted averages, it was around the 15, 18%, 20%, let's say. 20%, 80% of the time, servers were consuming energy, because that's the bad thing about servers. Irrespective, even if they're idling, they still consume large amount of energy, and your cooling system still needs to support them. So we need to increase the utilization of the digital assets. In terms of renewable energy, and it's super important, and it's very encouraging to see the investment in UAE in this area. Again, we need to look at availability. When we position a site, we need to think about power availability and the proximity. If we can install, renewable energy or wind, depending on where you are. And if you need to use PPAs, power purchase agreements, whether they're applicable, the risk behind these, the virtual PPAs, there are so many approaches as well. Matching workload to renewable energy. That doesn't apply to a lot of interactive workloads, but if you run batch workloads, these are the workloads you can control when you run them. Try and run these workloads when there is a lot of renewable energy. Another example is the utilization of green solutions, and I already had the reference, for example, to green hydrogen. Again, a fantastic solution, plus others when it's applicable. A smaller installation is great. In the future, I'm sure, hopefully, at one point, we come up with solutions to store hydrogen. That's an issue in data centers in big quantities. But there are also quite a few green solutions. We had some of them in the presentations earlier on. Circular economy, that's the fourth area. And what circular economy means, basically reducing e-waste to landfill. And this is super important. Many organizations now have to report on this. Sometimes you talk about scope 3 emissions and scope 1, etc. What do we look at there? Optimize the age of kit. Very interesting example I can tell you. That same study we did in Europe, we realized, and this is very awakening statistic, we realized in the data set we looked at in Europe, out of the millions of servers we looked at, 40% of the servers were older than 5 years old. Yeah? 40% of the servers were older than 5 years. That 40% of the servers consumed, I don't remember the exact figure, but around 70% of the energy of the data center. 40% consume 70% of the energy of the data center. Yet, they produce 7% of the compute capacity. So 70% of your energy is going towards 7% of your compute capacity. Basically, if you switch off these machines, nothing will happen, because remember, utilization is 20%. It will go up to 25%, so what? So these kind of optimizations are crucial. When do I refresh equipment? And that applies to servers. This also applies to your inverters, etc. If you have old inverters, look at the efficiency. You need to create that equation, that balance, to see when is the optimal time to refresh, to gain from efficiencies of newer equipment, but of course, at the same time, reduce refreshing unnecessarily because there's embodied environmental impact in equipment. Introduce operating procedures to encourage recycling of equipment. This is another important one. I know I don't want to name companies, but I came across, which is a great thing, many big organizations, hyperscalers now, they have very mature programs where they, some of them recycle up to 18% of their equipment. And of course, that means reduced 18% less waste. Last but not least is track and measure your scope 3 emissions. Okay, and this is probably optional in many places. It won't be optional in the near future, as many jurisdictions are requesting organizations to track their basically end of life and embodied energy of their environment. And last but not least, track there's what you call offsetting in other activities. We heard like some companies saying they're going to create carbon capture technologies. That's great. But try and track, some people talk about planting trees, against great stuff. But also in that space, there's talk about heat reuse, maybe not really relevant here. But in the standardizations, we've developed a lot of KPIs like energy reuse effectiveness, water usage effectiveness, and various others. Try and again calculate these other aspects related to water, heat reuse, and the wider impact of the facilities. This is pretty much what I want to talk about, and thank you very much for having me today.
Thank you very much, Professor Rabia Bashoush, once again, and to all our speakers who joined us so far with these wonderful presentations. You have given us a lot to think about and to talk about as well. So how about we take a short coffee break, and we'll be back in 20 minutes. And to all of our friends watching online, you can take a break, and in the meantime, watch the next video played to learn more about Huawei Digital Power. So ladies and gentlemen, refresh, enjoy the coffee break, and don't forget to check out the exhibition, and I will see you again in 20 minutes. Enjoy. Thank you.
What is it that takes us further into the future? It exists in every visible detail. And somewhere in the unexplored possibilities. We imagine countless times that dry deserts become lush oases. And now it has become a reality. Sunlight spur a new ray of hope. Make the earth green and breathe new life everywhere. The size from rural to urban areas get simplified gradually. Conserve the nature and ensure seamless connectivity. Turning complexity into simplicity. Modular construction of data centers is designed for an intelligent digital world. To unleash cloud computing potential and to accelerate the smart future. Speed up for future transport. For every pleasure travel, green power is used to achieve an excellent experience. Modular power can be highly integrated and applied everywhere. To light up the moments you are looking forward to. Bring unlimited possibilities and make life better and convenient. Huawei Digital Power. Preserve Earth with technologies. For zero carbon, smart society.
Billions of years, human beings have grown from nothing, from ignorance to wisdom, from backward to advanced. Technology illuminates our world. It changes the way we connect, enables us to live and work freely, and drives us to explore the unknown. Energy, the cornerstone of everything, leads to all things sensing, connected, and intelligent, powers up the science and technology, and lights up the future. Huawei Site Power Facility strives for the goal of simple, intelligent, and green. In pursuit of simplicity, polish every details. Refine the products with craftsmanship. With passion and innovation. We aim to create possibilities and focus on pursuing excellence to build the simplified sites. In pursuit of intelligence, paying tribute to the past. We are passionate to embrace new trends, to build the sites with extensive intelligence. In pursuit of humanistic sentiment, we surpass the traditional limits. Pursuing innovation, aiming to build the green sites. We never stop innovating and optimizing towards the future in exploring the integration of telecom sites with social sites. Every exploration will create infinite possibilities. Every breakthrough will drive our transformation into a new era. Huawei Site Power Facility, always accelerating innovation.
A next-generation data center will need to converge massive data to build unlimited computing power. Adopting a prefabricated and modular design to simplify deployment. Elastic architecture and on-demand deployment will reduce initial investment and maximize ROI and IRR. Converged and simplified cooling architecture will harness natural cooling resources, minimizing PUE. A fully converged power supply system with a modular and high-density design will offer an uninterruptible power supply, achieving high reliability and slashing the physical footprint. A next-generation data center is digitalized with full-link visualization, automatic fault isolation, and AI-powered maintenance, ensuring security and reliability. With added intelligence, AI will provide optimal energy policies, minimizing power consumption. Such a data center will offer dynamic resource analysis and full visualization, and will be self-healing and autonomous, with full lifecycle intelligent operations, ultimately implementing autonomous driving. In an ever-changing digital world, a next-generation data center will never stop evolving. Smart DC, building the future.
What is it that takes us further into the future? It exists in every visible detail, and somewhere in the unexplored possibilities. We imagine countless times that dry deserts become lush oases, and now it has become a reality. Sunlight spur a new ray of hope, make the earth green, and breathe new life everywhere. The size from rural to urban areas get simplified gradually, conserve the nature, and ensure seamless connectivity. Turning complexity into simplicity. Modular construction of data centers is designed for an intelligent digital world. To unleash cloud computing potential and to accelerate the smart future. Speed up for future transport. For every pleasure travel, green power is used to achieve an excellent experience. Modular power can be highly integrated and applied everywhere. To light up the moments you are looking forward to. Bring unlimited possibilities and make life better and convenient. Huawei Digital Power. Preserve Earth with technologies. For zero carbon, smart society.
Billions of years, human beings have grown from nothing, from ignorance to wisdom, from backward to advanced. Technology illuminates our world. It changes the way we connect, enables us to live and work freely, and drives us to explore the unknown. Energy, the cornerstone of everything, leads to all things sensing, connected, and intelligent, powers up the science and technology, and lights up the future. Huawei Site Power Facility strives for the goal of simple, intelligent, and green. In pursuit of simplicity, polish every details. Refine the products with craftsmanship, with passion and innovation. We aim to create possibilities and focus on pursuing excellence to build the simplified sites. In pursuit of intelligence, paying tribute to the past. We are passionate to embrace new trends, to build the sites with extensive intelligence. In pursuit of humanistic sentiment, we surpass the traditional limits. Pursuing innovation, aiming to build the green sites. We never stop innovating and optimizing towards the future in exploring the integration of telecom sites with social sites. Every exploration will create infinite possibilities. Every breakthrough will drive our transformation into a new era. Huawei Site Power Facility, always accelerating innovation.
A next-generation data center will need to converge massive data to build unlimited computing power. Adopting a prefabricated and modular design to simplify deployment. Elastic architecture and on-demand deployment will reduce initial investment and maximize ROI and IRR. Converged and simplified cooling architecture will harness natural cooling resources, minimizing PUE. A fully converged power supply system with a modular and high-density design will offer an uninterruptible power supply, achieving high reliability and slashing the physical footprint. A next-generation data center is digitalized with full-link visualization, automatic fault isolation, and AI-powered maintenance, ensuring security and reliability. With added intelligence, AI will provide optimal energy policies, minimizing power consumption. Such a data center will offer dynamic resource analysis and full visualization, and will be self-healing and autonomous, with full lifecycle intelligent operations, ultimately implementing autonomous driving. In an ever-changing digital world, a next-generation data center will never stop evolving. Smart DC, building the future.
what is it that takes us further into the future? It exists in every visible detail. And somewhere in the unexplored possibilities. We imagine countless times that dry deserts become lush oases. And now it has become a reality. Sunlight spur a new ray of hope. Make the earth green and breathe new life everywhere. The size from rural to urban areas get simplified gradually. Conserve the nature and ensure seamless connectivity. Turning complexity into simplicity. Modular construction of data centers is designed for an intelligent digital world. To unleash cloud computing potential and to accelerate the smart future. Speed up for future transport. For every pleasure travel, green power is used to achieve an excellent experience. Modular power can be highly integrated and applied everywhere. To light up the moments you are looking forward to. Bring unlimited possibilities and make life better and convenient. Huawei Digital Power. Preserve Earth with technologies. For zero carbon, smart society.
Billions of years, human beings have grown from nothing, from ignorance to wisdom, from backward to advanced. Technology illuminates our world. It changes the way we connect, enables us to live and work freely, and drives us to explore the unknown. Energy, the cornerstone of everything, leads to all things sensing, connected, and intelligent, powers up the science and technology, and lights up the future. Huawei Site Power Facility strives for the goal of simple, intelligent, and green. In pursuit of simplicity, polish every details. Refine the products with craftsmanship, with passion and innovation. We aim to create possibilities and focus on pursuing excellence to build the simplified sites. In pursuit of intelligence, paying tribute to the past. We are passionate to embrace new trends, to build the sites with extensive intelligence. In pursuit of humanistic sentiment, we surpass the traditional limits. Pursuing innovation,
of data centers is designed for an intelligent digital world to unleash cloud computing potential and to accelerate the smart future. Speed up for future transport. For every pleasure travel, green power is used to achieve an excellent experience. Modular power can be highly integrated and applied everywhere. To light up the moments you are looking forward to. Bring unlimited possibilities and make life better and convenient. Huawei Digital Power. Preserve Earth with technologies. For zero carbon, smart society.
A next-generation data center will need to converge massive data to build unlimited computing power. Adopting a prefabricated and modular design to simplify deployment. Elastic architecture and on-demand deployment will reduce.
Our dear guests, welcome back once again. Hope you're energized and refreshed. We resume right now with our next panel discussion. Huawei Digital Power adhere to an open ecosystem strategy and works with partners to build ecosystems for industries and technologies. To achieve carbon neutrality, it is unrealistic to rely on only one company or one country. It requires joint efforts. There's an old Chinese saying, "Alone geese can't fly, a lone hand can't clap," which speaks of the importance of cooperation. At this summit, we are honored to have many like-minded partners and friends to discuss the future development of the digital economy and low-carbon society. To highlight this, we have arranged two panel discussions for you today. To build a green and smart world is indeed our goal. And if you think of the smart world as a skyscraper, the data center is the base of it. What is the future of data centers when we promote the concept of green development? The following panel discussion will or may give you the answer. Let us welcome our speakers joining us in our first panel discussion for today. Mr. Simon McCormick, CTO of Echelon, please join us on stage. Welcome. Can we give him a round of applause? Thank you. Mr. Seppo Ihalainen, CEO and co-founder Ficolo. And once again, Professor Rabia Bashush, Global Head, IT Infrastructure Advisory, Uptime Institute. Welcome back once again. Mr. Jim Campbell, Regional Director, Red Middle East. And last, Mr. Sanjay Kumar Sainani, Global SVP and CTO of Huawei Digital Power, who will be moderating this session. Welcome, gentlemen.
Do you all have microphones? Jim? No? Microphone is free.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, everyone has one. Well, fantastic for everyone to be back. Without any ado, we have a star-studded panel, as you can see, and I'm going to let them introduce themselves. But before we begin, let me give you a little outline about what we are going to talk about. Relevance of data centers in today's economy. What is really a sustainable data center? And what are the challenges of a sustainable data center? And finally, what is the future roadmap or future of these data centers? So let me begin by asking From left to right, Simon, brief introduction.
My name is Simon McCormick. I am the Chief Technical Officer at Echelon Data Centers. I'm an engineer by background, and my role, I guess, at Echelon is really to represent our organization in the customer-facing aspect of it, on all technical aspects. Echelon itself, we've got about 1 million square feet of data center space under various stages of development at the moment. That's in or around 500 megawatts. We've got our first campus, which is in or around 90 megawatts of IT. We've got that under development at the moment, and we're hoping to be live by next year. So that's about me. I just want to say thanks to Sanjay and to Huawei for the invite here today.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Seppo Ihalainen. I'm co-founder and CEO at Ficolo. 11 years ago, Google came to Finland. They bought an old paper mill and built a data center. 1 year later, Ficolo was the first co-location service provider in Finland. And today, we are the second largest one after the other competitors in Finland. We are operating 4 data centers today. We have used only green wind energy since day 0, and we have other climate neutral achievements since then, but we will discuss those later today.
Good afternoon. My name is Ravi Bashrush. I'm the Global Head of IT Infrastructure Advisory for Uptime Institute. We help organizations and government bodies set strategies to reduce their environmental impact, create KPIs, and increase efficiency while increasing their resiliency. I guess you know Uptime. I personally also involved in standardization, and I used to lead the Smart Cities Research Cluster for the European Commission. This is the body that synchronized research in Europe addressing sustainability in smart cities, particularly on data centers as well.
And I'm Jim Campbell from Red Engineering. I've been an engineer now for nearly 30 years, of which 25 of them have been involved in the data center industry. Red Engineering is an international consultancy which specializes in the design and development of data centers. We have been established since 2004, and we work internationally with partners like Huawei and other international developers to provide some of the world's largest and most innovative data centers across the world.
Awesome. And I'm Sanjay Sainani. I am the SVP and CTO at Huawei for the data center business. I work very closely with our clients and partners on the market side, and work then internally with our R&D and platform towards innovating new products and solutions. It's been interesting. Data centers so far has been kind of irrelevant and invisible behind the scenes kind of operation in the digital economy. However, during this pandemic, the data center's role has been recognized, and the fact that it is growing at such a tremendous pace, it has become a topic of conversation. So let's begin with the question, what is the importance of data center in the digital economy? And probably we'll start with Rabi.
Yeah, thank you. I guess we all know that all the digital media and all the services we consume are provided by data centers, and that's obvious. But I think what's less obvious is the role data centers play in the economy. And because you look at the building, it employs a handful of people or a little bit more, and you think, what impact does this have on a local economy? And the best example is the work done in Ireland. If you look at Ireland as an example, between 2010 and 2018, the data center industry contributed 7 billion euros just in direct and indirect operation and construction of data centers. And that doesn't account for other aspects, like the data center industry, I think, in Ireland employs around 5,700 people. in the construction side and around 2,700 people on the operations side. And then also you could look at what we call the clustering effect. Organizations love to position the ancillary services closer, particularly data-intensive organizations, closer to their data centers, closer to their data, for the convenience of doing business with their suppliers and clients. And there are many examples here. You see London, you see Dublin, you see Frankfurt, Paris, all these excellent examples of the impact of clustering. In Ireland, I think there's one example of a hyperscaler that had 4,000 people in Ireland. After the data center, that went up to 10,000 people. Another example is the impact on connectivity and the investment in connectivity. And once you get better connectivity, lower latency, that is very attractive to other industries. Again, if I continue with the Irish example, you see the impact, for example, in attracting the pharmaceutical industry. It's a huge pharmaceutical research industry in Ireland benefiting from the connectivity. And the list goes on. Another example is the building of knowledge. Many of these organizations that operate, they invest in training and education, build local knowledge. Ireland at the moment, I think, employs 6,000 people who are doing projects outside Ireland, thanks to the knowledge they built around the data center industry. So it's also served as an export.
Seppo, would you like to add to that?
Yes, maybe a couple of ideas. The development of digitalization in general is generating lots of needs for the data centers and the data centers industry. The companies, organizations, governments are becoming more and more dependent of digital solutions, data centers, and you need to be able to provide these services. And the demand for the growth of the data center is huge. Data center infrastructure has become the infrastructure for all kind of digital power infrastructure needs. So the data digitalization is part of these different kind of industries and platforms. Also, R&D and innovations are kind of helping those industries to develop more automatizations, more AI and others for helping customers and same time to lead more sustainable ways of producing data center services.
Cool. In fact, during the pandemic, if your business was not on a digital business, on a digital platform, your business was pretty much closed. And in some ways, the pandemic revealed the importance of digital services, and the fact that that transformation has happened and has accelerated. I believe there is definitely a huge surge in the way services will be consumed. Today's discussion is about green data centers, about sustainable data centers. We heard terms like carbon neutrality. We also keep hearing about a term called zero carbon. They are not the same. So to kind of go a little deeper into that, maybe I'll start with Jim. What does it really mean to have a green, sustainable data center?
It's a great question, and what we're finding more and more is, and just following on from the previous point when I was speaking earlier to the guys, 20 years ago when I used to tell people I was working on a data center project, almost everyone would go, "What's a data center?" And now, in the last 2 years, with this pandemic and everyone going to working from home and moving things forward, it's all changed. And all of a sudden, we're now at a position that it's the hottest real estate ticket in town. Yeah? Everyone is looking at it seriously because the rate of return and the rate of investment now in data centers is huge. So, what can set your data center apart from other people? You've got to think about the future. What do your customers want? What are your customers? What dreams are they selling? Of the 10 largest companies in the world, 7 of them are technology companies, and 7 of them own very large data center infrastructure across the world. And every single one of them has made a commitment that they are going to be working towards being carbon neutral and offsetting their carbon within the next 10 and 15 years. If you, as a co-location data center provider or as a data center operator, can then offer a route for a customer to easily achieve that and be carbon neutral and say, look, we built this development to provide a nice, easy way of recycling this facility and working this facility and running things through. It all of a sudden makes life so much easier for your customers who will go, actually, I'm going to use that site, I'm going to use this development because it's the best one for us, because we can then tell the world that we're living up to our promises.
Taking off on that, maybe adding on to that, carbon neutrality basically means offsetting of carbon. What it tells you is that you can produce carbon wherever you are producing, but you shouldn't feel guilty about it. So I'm going to go and grow some trees somewhere else. And that's offsetting the carbon. So this is happening because the targets for different countries and the current carbon emission of different countries is different. So if I'm in the US and I'm producing too much carbon and there's no way for me to reduce this carbon, I go to a country like India and tell them, can I buy some e-credits from you? India has a much higher carbon target, is not generating that much carbon, so it sells the carbon credit. Doesn't solve the problem, it's passing the buck. Zero carbon, on the other hand, is about how do you actually reduce carbon emission. And so in this journey, in the data center space, I'll come to you, Simon, what are the challenges to make a data center green and sustainable?
Yeah, it's an interesting one, and it's certainly a question I spend a lot of time thinking about. You know, Echelon Data Centers, we're a co-location provider. Essentially, we like to aim for the wholesale end of things rather than the retail. But you know, to Jim's point earlier, you know, we've got a clear vision in our mind about being sustainable, and to use that as a selling point. You know, just to be clear and transparent about it. Yes, it's the right thing to do, but it also attracts the customers that we want in our data center. The challenge, as it were, is to not rob Peter to pay Paul, as you put it, to not balance the carbon issue out through a paper exercise. In Ireland, for example, you know, we've got a well-known social media company that recently had a major global outage, and they tout that they've got, you know, their data centers are powered 100% by renewable energy, and in reality that's just a paper exercise. They're not. That's just a numbers game, and it's, you know, a feature of the Irish grid where they're located. So there's lots of, the challenge is actually doing something practical that actually has an impact. And to that end, when we think about sustainability at Echelon, we're addressing it from, I guess, what have long been the pillars of sustainability. So it's got to be commercial, it's got to deal with the environmental aspects, and it's got to deal with the social aspects as well. It's a balancing act for sure. We think we're getting it right, but we're not quite. There's a little period where we've got to try and see if that actually is the answer.
So I'll hold on to that, and let's continue that conversation in terms of the business equation of sustainable data centers. You mentioned, we discussed Peter robbing Paul and so on, but from a pure co-location business and the fact that it's a business and you want to make it green, how does the CapEx and the business value proposition and the profitability, how does that add up from a business view?
Yeah, for sure. Look, I'm not sure who the quote is attributable to, but we always say that, you know, if something's not commercial, then it can't, by definition, be sustainable. So, you know, we're always working on that. I think for us, what we do is we take the long-term view at Echelon. We've got customers who are signing up for space in our data centers, with perhaps a 10-year lease, sometimes a little bit longer, sometimes a little bit shorter, but 10 years. But we're implementing solutions at our facilities that are going to last for 15, 20, 25 years. Okay, so we're taking that long-term view. We don't know if the customer is going to be there in 10 years' time. They may decide to get up and leave, but we're making that commitment now to putting in longer-term solutions, things like off-grid solutions, things like battery energy storage systems as well. Jim and I talked briefly about the role of green hydrogen in the energy transition as well. And these, so, is our CapEx higher? Yes. Are we passing that on to our customers now? No, we're not. As I said, we're taking the long-term view and maybe spreading that out over a longer period. That we feel makes us, keeps us cost competitive today, but still does the meaningful good that we need to do as a data center service provider.
Talking on the challenges, one is the business side of the challenge. There's also a regulatory challenge. Ravi, you've worked a lot with governments and policymakers. What are the challenges in going zero carbon or carbon neutral in the data center space from a regulatory frame point of view?
Thank you. I mean, for regulators, the various challenges first to tackle this issue. The first one, and you touched upon it, is that what you don't want happening, one country tightening up on this, and the problem shifting elsewhere in the system. So that requires a collective effort from globally to be able to address this issue genuinely. Another thing as well, regulators are worried about, over-regulation is always a bad thing and it could strangle your industry. So where do you strike that volatile balance? Introduce enough incentives to create a level playing field, but at the same time, help industry grow. I mean, we're talking about the economics. One of the biggest challenges for industry is that, particularly in the digital domain, like the hyperscalers, etc., the double-digit growth is so difficult to do sustainably from an environmental perspective because you cannot keep up with the renewable energy production and various other aspects. So for regulators, this is one challenge. Another challenge for regulators, okay, I want to regulate. What do I regulate on? What are the KPIs? How do I set thresholds? What's achievable? So there is lack of understanding and lack of reliable data, and that's why we always call for organizations to share more, and that's why you see regulators now are asking organizations to share more and more information about their environmental impact. So we need to establish benchmarks so you could set appropriate targets to push through to achieve these the ambitions. So first is striking that, the first challenge is getting that right balance, not to over-regulate and not to do nothing. So because the regulator's intervention has to be studied carefully and requires a global effort. And second, we need better understanding, better data for the industry and better sharing of data to set the right thresholds so we achieve the 2030 targets and 2050. Whatever.
I think on that, it's quite interesting that as people are becoming more educated, the technology that's driving this data center boom and everything like that is allowing people to become more connected. And they're being more demanding of their governments. They're being more demanding of the big technology companies to become more green and more environmentally conscious.
So it's all about calling the companies to shame based on their carbon footprint. Probably that would put moral pressure. Clearly there is a business case, and Echelon, you look at the long-term view and you are making sure your investments are in that direction. From a regulatory point of view, clearly governments have to work on the frameworks. Let's go a little technical. If we have to, there are two key areas in the whole data center space. One is, of course, the amount of energy that the compute or storage consumes as a device, and Moore's law is flattening, but we've come a long way in terms of how many teraflops you could do per watt. But if I have to focus only on power and cooling within the data center, What would be the challenges, if you have to begin with cooling, Seppo, in the data center space?
I think the cooling is one of the most important areas where the service provider is able to optimize the solution and the technology you choose to optimize. Of course, the location has an impact as well. We are coming from Nordics. It's almost 0 degrees today, or this morning when we had here 35 degrees, and it has a big impact. In our data center, the design PUE is 1.05, which is quite low. And on top of that, we are able to collect all the heat what our customers are using. We are not able to have an impact for the computing as an infrastructure service provider. We cannot say what kind of servers you are using, what kind of application you are using, how do you optimize it. We can help it a bit by creating the business model which force them to optimize their usage. But now the only way we can kind of help them is to collect the heat and provide the kind of more cost-effective co-location services for them, and that's the way we can do. And also the availability of the green power is very critical for this point of view. Let's just say.
Clearly, cooling is almost like an additional load on the energy because it's a necessary evil. You have to extract the heat that you produce within the data center. A few years ago, there was some concept testing on photonic chips. As Moore's law flattens out, the amount of the width of the conductor within the chip is now become so narrow that the size is almost the size of an electron. And so now electrons cannot be pushed anymore through the same circuit. That's the situation we are in terms of the chipsets that we have. And if we were to move to photonic chips, where you're not using electrons, but you're using photons, what we do in fiber optics, the power consumption would drop by 1/10, and that would again give us a roadmap for the next 10x or 10 raised to 6, 10 raised to 8 increase in capacity. So the future can be quite amazing. But while we wait for that kind of future, Jim, what is the challenge on the power side within the data center?
Yeah, it's quite interesting that the issue with power is that the one thing we're finding is floor space is getting more dense. The power density is getting higher. It's causing issues. Yeah. But it was interesting, our colleague from Aqua Power earlier, he mentioned the NEOM project that they're working on, where they're developing the infrastructure for a future H2 network, which will allow that whole city development to be run on an H2 network. But part of that journey to get to that stage is they're providing at the medium voltage primary substations battery energy storage systems, which again helps them to regulate the use of the solar power and make sure that the demand is there for the 8 o'clock peak that someone else mentioned in one of their presentations tonight.
Energy in the data center space, the demand for energy is so huge. On one hand, we are grappling with the shortage of energy, but on the other hand, we are also being pressurized with the whole carbon emission reduction pressure. If I have to move on and look at what would be the future of data centers 10 years down the road, in the afternoon rather, as Huawei, we shared the future in terms of prefabricated modular construction. What do you think about that? Maybe Ravi, if you want to take that.
Sure, yeah. Before I comment on the future, I would like to say this. If you think about processors, in 1997, the fastest processor in the world used to occupy the size of an apartment. Fast forward 7 years, and the processor on the PlayStation, which you could put on your fingertip, produced more compute power than that processor. So predicting the future of computing is very dangerous business. And the other part is, given the dynamics of the data center industry, We're currently designing the future because your investment is 20-year investment. So what we're designing and building now is technically the future. And the challenge is not the lack of technologies, is the lack of awareness. So prefab is a good example, and modular and prefab is a great example because that reduces significant waste in terms of manufacturing, in terms of environmental impact, in terms of efficiency. But yet, I understand in some areas it's more tricky to kind of benefit from this approach, but there are many standardized domains that could already benefit from that technology. And this is one example. So, but again, that same thing can be said about the different technologies. I think it's lack of awareness. We're not in short of technologies. We need to educate the industry more.
Seppo, in the morning, you and I were talking about Ficollo data centers, and you made a very interesting statement. You said your data centers are designed in cells, and each cell, data hall / cell, is scalable across multiple dimensions, power dimension, cooling dimension, and so on. For the past few years, along with Uptime Ravi and his colleagues, Mustafa, we've been talking about multi-density, multi-tier data centers, and you said that's possible. How do you see the whole modular prefab play helping that multi-tier, multi-density, the cell approach that you talked this morning?
That's a very good topic, and this is something we are very, very proud of it. We think that the cell-based data centers are something which comes after the modular data centers. Cell-based, you are not only adding the power or cooling modules, you are adding this kind of combined energy and cooling cells, which makes possible you to have we call it as a multi-purpose white space. That means that you can accommodate different type of customers for the same white space. You can have enterprise co-location customers consuming a bit less power per rack than the high-performance computer, or much less power than high-performance or hyperscale customers. There is also important to have these different kind of possibilities to have answer for different needs. Like by adding the cells to the data center, you can have a tier 3 or tier 4 data center at the same white space. So it gives you adaptability, scalability in different levels.
Awesome. If we have to look at the future from the data center perspective, and I know, Scandinavian countries are unique in the sense you have a lot of renewable, if not natural power sources, geothermal sources. But Ireland over the last decade has started to become very popular, and in terms of as a data center hub. Power, I know, is not easy to get in Ireland with the kind of generation that you have. How do you see the future of power in data centers? I believe you are already seeing the challenge today, but how do you look at it down the road in terms of solar, renewables, microgrids, hydrogen?
Yeah, no, it's a good question, and I'd say that necessity is the mother of all invention, right? What I mean is that in Ireland we've got an acute problem at the moment. The electricity system operator is warning at the moment that we may face blackouts in Ireland this winter. Something I never thought I'd say out loud. But that's then forced us to think, okay, well, what can we as data center service providers do to, I suppose, contribute to good grid citizenship? How can we help alleviate that problem? And what we found is two things really, and we are in the process of developing that for one of our campuses at the moment. Just south of Dublin, we've got a 180 megawatt IT load campus being planned, and we're going to plug in a offshore wind farm that's around 600 megawatts. We're planning to plug that directly into the data center, and also be a connection to the national grid as well. Wind energy obviously comes with its own issues, being non-dispatchable, being key amongst those. So that means we're looking very hard at the battery technology that we associate with that wind farm as well, which in turn will support not just our data center, but will also support the national grid as well. So this technology exists today. We know that. We've seen some really good examples of it. Deploying it in Ireland, and you know, it's definitely going to be a first, probably on this scale in Europe as well. So, you know, as I said at the beginning, we've got a need to invent at the moment, and we're really looking forward to that innovation challenge.
No, it's very interesting. If you were to scan the whole market in terms of energy users, data center is the only vertical which has 100% power backup available of what they consume, which is sitting idle while the grid is on. That means if the world has 12 gigawatt of data centers today, there is 12 gigawatt of backup power sitting idle as we speak. In some ways, if that can be put back into the grid, that'll be very interesting. That brings us to the point of operational automation. That brings us to the point of how do you use automation to manage the data center, to manage the energy within the data center, to manage the resources of the data center, important being, you know, energy, water, manpower. Jim, how do you see the future in terms of data center automation?
Yeah, I think just now the designs for data centers are pretty efficient, you know, but there is great room for improvement, certainly in regions such as this where it's a very warm and arid environment. And what we're finding is that, you know, in the next 5 to 10 years, the designs that we are producing for data centers will be completely different from what we're doing just now. Because over that period of time, the technology that's going into the data centers will be capable of dealing with warmer temperatures. It'll be capable of operating more autonomously. And what we're finding is that eventually we're going to be designing cooling out. You know, cooling's not going to be the next thing. You know, so liquid cooling is going to be coming in. We're going to be using that over the next 5, 6, 7 years. But we're working to a point where we're not going to have any cooling at all. And that's because the technology is advanced, and that's where we're going with that. And what we're seeing now is that, you know, if we have got to that stage, that the data halls themselves, again, the density is going to increase, and if there's a need for a server to be changed, it won't be getting done by a human or an operative, it'll be getting done by an AI-controlled machine. They'll be taking that out to bring it back to their space, to get self-diagnosed, and then taken away and replaced. Very much like modular UPSs, very much like the modular technology that's being used just now. You know? Elements that are broken can come out, change, and go away and come back.
Absolutely. Lot of room out there in terms of the sheer volume of IoT that is embedded within the data center systems inside and outside. And all of that data can then be analyzed, and that gives you an ability to do data-driven analytics, data-driven decision making, and you know, make the best of it. I was listening to some of the global data center gurus not so long ago, and one of them was asked, what is the future of data centers? And his answer was, well, the data center should disappear. Because if there's no data center, there is no consumption of energy, and then there is no carbon emission. There is no perpetual machine. But clearly, that is the ultimate goal. Because if you are going to spend $1 on anything, that $1, unless if it is service, there is an embedded carbon footprint. And to operate that $1 worth of equipment, you have an X dollar worth of energy. So as we keep reducing the cost of data center, both in terms of embedded carbon and operative carbon, that is the only way we'll be able to move forward in this journey. I recall a quote somebody had made on sustainability, and I will read it to be very precise. It is, sustainability is being around for a long time and deservedly so. Sustainability is being around for a long time and deservedly so. It's impossible to get 100+ years of experience out in 30 minutes, but I must thank the amazing panel to share their thoughts, and I hope you enjoyed listening to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thanks to you for enlightening us on the green and sustainable future of data centers. I'm sure all of you have learned a lot from that. The skyscraper of low carbon and smart world also needs energy as its engine. Fossil energy has been the main source, but along comes the negative impact on the environment. And so far, 137 countries have committed to carbon neutrality, and many of them have introduced relevant policies. We're looking for new green energy sources. Advanced technologies also help us to accelerate the green energy transition. So, how to make the green energy transition? We are honored as well to have experts from the energy industry to join us right now and share their views. So let's start introducing our next speaker for the panel discussion. Please let's welcome Mr. Amit Beria, Director of Energy Storage and Hydrogen Technical Services, Aqua Power. Welcome. Mr. George Peckley Vanglu, CTO of UNIS. Ms. Ana Lia Rojas, President of Interconnect Chile and President of the Chile Council for Women Leaders in Energy and Environment. Mr. Edson Ouamushi, Strategic Planning Director and Chairman's Advisor, Energy Fund of Mozambique. Welcome. Mr. Sheikh Nian, Secretary in Energy, Ministry of Petroleum and Energy, Senegal. Unfortunately, he was not able to be with us today. And last, Mr. Hariram Subramanian, CTO, Huawei Fusion Solar, who will be moderating this session. Let's welcome all of our speakers.
So, welcome everyone. We have here a mix of technologists, economists, and also policymakers. I think we will have a very interesting discussion to see what are the right things to do in the right way to understand this green energy transition, and also to bring in the so-called zero carbon networks, 100% of renewable energy, in other words. So let me first make my question to Mr. Amit Beria, who is the Director of Energy Storage and Hydrogen with Aqua Power. We have been seeing quite a lot of movements now in energy storage, especially in the Middle East region. Why do you think Middle East is getting an energy hub in storage, or what exactly is happening?
Yeah. Well, if you see, like in your presentation, you mentioned, right, one of the challenges with larger renewable deployment is grid stability, let's say, and the fluctuations. And if you look at the energy storage industry back 10 years, right, 7 to 10 years, the deployment started with energy storage being there for 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 1 hour of basically less than 1 hour. But if you look over the years now, in the recent past couple of years, the deployments are moving to multi-hour deployments, 2 hours, 4 hours, and even moving to 6 hours and 8 hours. And on top of that, co-located with the renewable energy plants, PV, wind. And the drivers for the shift are something which are very relevant for Middle East. One, which my colleague from ACOPower, Manish, mentioned, that the tariffs of renewables, PV as well as wind, are much below the grid parity level already, right? But there is only so much that you can use of the renewables because they are only available when the sun shines and the wind blows. And that leads to the requirement of energy storage in Middle East. Middle East offers scale of plants, which leads to optimization of the overall plant design, plant capex, long-term operations of the plant as well. So it is well positioned to co-locate in alignment with the global trend, energy storage with PV and wind plants, right? Second, I believe the technology improvement as well. Again, as you mentioned in your presentation as well, that the power electronics and the controls have reached a stage where value stacking of the multiple applications is now possible, technically feasible, right? And the base application although becomes like energy shift to increase the capacity factor, but on top of that, all the other applications, smoothing, grid stability, short circuit current, catering, everything has become possible. And hence, I think because of this, we see such projects. And as my colleague once again mentioned, we are developing the largest BESS now over 1 gigawatt-hour size. So yeah, we'll see more of that coming.
I mean, this is around 1 gigawatt-hour of storage. Plus. 1 plus, thanks for correcting. And that's quite interesting. And I would also like to understand, I mean, how would your company adapt for the business models in the future to come with storage? Because you mentioned about like shifting energy. So are there anything else you are trying to look in order to support the grid? You also mentioned some things. What else do you think you have to adapt, let's say, from your business model for the future?
So if you look at it, our company primarily works on front-of-the-meter applications, right? Utility scale. And we work not based on merchant market. We work based on long-term contracts, long-term power purchase agreements. So from that viewpoint, our business model still remains the same. It's long-term contract of power purchase agreement. So even if the applications, newer applications come in, like multiple applications stacked together, as the penetration of PV and wind increases, it is in terms of only the structuring of the contract that needs to be taken care of. But in terms of the business model, it still remains the same, and it is not, it does not affect our business model so much because primarily we are not in the merchant market like the UK or sometimes in some portion of US as well. So that's probably one of the difference in the market that we operate in.
Okay, thank you very much. I think now it's a time to go a little bit, to understand a little bit also on the grid side. And we have our specialist, George. I think we also had a nice discussion offline where we also spoke about grid forming technologies. And you're also trying to, let's say, bring in the autonomy of the remote areas. Especially, you have a lot of experience in Europe, with a lot of experience from Germany and also now in Greece. So from speaking about grid forming technologies and islands solution, microgrid and off-grid, so what exactly do you think should be addressed in these kind of topics?
Thank you very much for the exciting question, and of course thank you very much for inviting me to speak here. Yes, we see a little bit the development of this sort of grid forming technologies in the holistic transition that the energy market is undergoing. And I think it's a very good signal for all energy companies to start thinking more in those distributed modern technologies where we consider energy as a transient phenomenon, not so much as a stable source. Having said that, we develop a lot of standalone systems and or hybrid systems that are grid connected, and we observe that the grid stability aspect is something that should change in the form of the technology, but also in the form of regulation and policy. We see that distributed systems are able to operate now due to all the advances in computational power as well as in communication. They are able to function extremely well and in synchronous mode, so to speak, in order to achieve grid stability, even in systems that are extremely heavy on renewable energy penetration. We are aiming at close to 100% renewable energy penetration, and this can only be achieved through significant changes in the way we perceive energy systems.
I think one interesting aspect which you mentioned was also on distributed energy sources, which is itself a strength for power systems, because you could try to aggregate this, and you can create also like a virtual power plant, basically. And I see very interesting similarities. I mean, from your side in the Middle East, large scale, let's say, storage and microgrid storage, distributed storage. So everything going towards the same challenge, power system stabilities. You want to maybe comment a little bit?
Yes, I really think that, so we happen to be in the process of developing very large storage systems in the range of 1 gigawatt hour, and at the same time, smart islands and smart hybrid systems of range of some hundreds of kilowatt hours. And we see exactly the same problems, just in a different scale. So I think it's a unique challenge that large scale and small scale now are going in unison and moving on further. And I think we can take an example of the photovoltaic industry, where Huawei also paved the way of those distributed string inverter technologies and so on. And we can see that this modularity is a concept that we have to follow very closely, because I think this is the most cost-effective solution for these type of problems.
That's exactly what we are bringing in our products and solutions, especially on the string inverter concepts, and also bringing the modularity in the storage level as well. And the direction is moving more and more towards grid forming capabilities, and in order to bring in power system stability, be it a large scale or also in a microgrid level or in a mini grid level as well. I mean, when we are talking about grids, what is quite interesting is when we want to try to understand a country like Chile. It's very, very unique. It's a marvelous country. And it has a lot of renewable resources. You have quite a lot of sun, high irradiance. I would say infinite potential. Maybe you could have the complete country very soon with renewables, to be run with renewables. I think there is also something very unique, because you have a long linear network from the power systems. Yeah? We talked about large-scale storage. We also spoke about islands, interconnection. And when we were speaking about long transmission line corridors, what do you think would storage technology, and how do you think would storage technology apply for Chile? And what are the services you think you have to provide for such a country? Because I think you also have a lot of mining industries, quite intensive energy-consuming industries. And at the same time, the PV projects would be a little bit far away from where you have the demand centers, where you want to get the energy transported. So how do you see this as a challenge? And how do you think storage would fit into this equation for Chile?
Thanks for the question, and thanks for the organization too, for our invitation. Well, Chile is effectively, it's a very unique case where renewables have been penetrating for the last 10 or 15 years under a market design which has not needed, nor benefits, not subsidies, which is basically different from all of the rest of the experience, mostly in Europe and the other big countries, right? It's true, we are rich in renewable resources, but we still have a 35% of generation based on coal, another 18% in gas. So it's strange, because when we talk about the success of renewables in Chile, there's still a long way to still, advance in terms of how these renewable resources are going to be really integrated into the grid, and not only adding, just mega capacity, renewables. We have also challenges about what you said about our grid, our 4,000 kilometers long country. So that's, quite a huge challenge. And of course, our consumption centers are all distributed. In the north, we have the mining companies, and in the center-south, we have kind of equilibrated, regulated and non-regulated clients. So after this description of context that I've been giving you, let's say, which are our challenges in terms of decarbonization, focus on the electric sector. The energy sector is something more broad, okay? Yeah. But the electric sector, so we'll still need, we have right now 28 gigas, 29 gigas of installed capacity. We have to add another 10,000 megas of renewables, which are already planned, okay? We are seeing those projects are something for real, okay? But to really cope with the targets of decarbonization, which means to take out 5,500 megas of coal within year 2025-30, okay? That's kind of the discussion that's now ongoing. We'll have to add 8 gigas of another renewable projects, which are not still defined, and also 1 giga of storage. So that's pretty much the sum up of the numbers, of the big numbers. Which kind of storage? So that's the question, because what's clear right now is that we have different solutions of storage depending on the segment we want to add this storage. So if we think about adding storage into the generation segment, probably that's the number, 1 giga, of storage. But then you have solutions too, as storage as transmission asset, for transmission. And that number is still not clear. And then also you have storage for the distribution solutions, like, George and Amit had been pointing out. We also have to very, very, very ambitious and very clear about which are the distributed generation challenges that we still have to face. So there's still a lot of space. Now, how do we do that? And that's, I think, the question that kind of all that we are here, it's a mix between regulation and science for regulation. Also, there's a huge, huge role in technologists, in terms of really, really focusing and really coping and nailing the capex of the projects. So if we focus on, making really competitive that solar capacity, resources that we have, plus storage, that is really, kind of the way we are going to make it. If not, it will be very difficult to cope with these challenges. We have one big problem in terms of the design of the market too, because obviously there's a lot of political discussion, underlying right now. So maybe the Congress or the government wants to do things in a very, rapid way, which the system is still not prepared to do. So it's a combination between the role of the regulation and the government, the parliament, etc., the role of technologists, and really, in our case, the private sector, which is obviously where all these decisions relay. That's really, the combination of how we are going to face these challenges.
Actually, I noted some points what you actually mentioned. One point was transmission bottleneck. I think this is one of the very key things that we are seeing in various countries as well. For example, Even in Germany, there is a discussion on this transmission bottleneck and how can storage technologies help, let's say, to bridge, because constructing large transmission networks, cables and lines are quite sophisticated and also capex intensive. But I think we are seeing here different scenarios. That's all what we call it as all scenario solutions. You know, looking into islanding, large scale projects, long transmission network challenges, roundabout you said 1 gigawatt storage, 8 gigawatt of generation capacity. And it's also interesting because we are also providing our products and solutions in such a large scale also for the market in Chile, also with the distributed technologies, at the same time bringing also power system stability through these products and solutions. I have to now go to an interesting segment also to understand from Mr. Edson Omasue, because I think one of the important scenario is also mini grids and also off-grid kind of technologies, because that also needs significant amount of storage. But I want to understand, I mean, from your perspective, when we talk about hybrid grids, diesel, hybrid, or when we want to go more into renewables by reducing the number of diesel and fossilized sources, what exactly are the bottlenecks? For example, when you are coming from Mozambique, so what exactly are the bottlenecks there? So what kind of projects or what kind of, let's say, storage projects you think is feasible there in order to bring in electricity to all participants or all the people?
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank for this opportunity. I'm come from Mozambique. I'm working on Energy Fund. It's a public entity. Our mandate basically it's implement, promote, and facilitate the presence of private sector in Mozambique in order to together work to contribute to grid access, but these off-grid solutions, mainly mini grids and the solar home systems. By now, I would like to say that this moment it's good for us because recently our government approved a regulatory framework from off-grid in Mozambique. So it was a long time that we are dealing with this, and most of private sector, they have problem to come and make this project because of lack of this regulatory framework. By now, we think that we are prepared for that, for the start, because we have to achieve the target of energy access in our country. By the way, I think that only with help of this private sector, the government can create conditions to improve these targets. In our country, basically the mini grids that we may implement, it's a good solution because there is a lot of people that are scattered and they live too far for the grid. So this solution comes to help them to have this energy access, also to reduce this use of fossil oils to light the houses and cooking the foods. So basically what we do is to work with this private sector, work on the society in order to make sure that all the effort that government wants to implement, it's able to make sure that people are living with good health, because if we use fossil fuels, we can create other problems in society. So as government, it's important to combine these two things and also make sure that the people that were living too far for the grids also are integrated, and it's a kind of social inclusion that we have to see. A part of this social inclusion is better to understand that if you go and create conditions to these people to reach electricity, Also, we create conditions to improve them lives, and also increase conditions to economic inclusion. Okay, so I think that what we have to do as a government countries is to work hard in order to reduce the use of fossil oils, and also to create conditions to include social inclusion for all community. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Mr. Umasue. Actually, you said a key word, social inclusion. Are there any key learnings that other countries in Africa can do by looking into Mozambique? Can this be replicated, do you think? Or do you think it's very specific from your region?
Yes, basically, FUNA is a government institution. So our focus is to reach the sites that is not have a condition to reach the grid, and also there is no attractives to the private sector. So basically, when we go to the village, we cover all the residents that we find them. Also, it's important to electrify the schools, health centers, and create conditions to all the women and all the children that are there. They have conditions to reach the security and the security service like education, health. So I guess that when we make projects, it's important also to look on these sides. Mm-hmm. And then even if the project was making by the private sector, it's important to combine these solutions as energy and the social security for the people. So I guess for Mozambique, government have an important role on that. We are working hard on this, and part of this is the program that we want to implement that to reach electric access by 2030. And then other thing is that we are matching with the ODS, and then we think that this is a good opportunity for us to share and say that as a government, it's important also to look on that. Thank you.
Yeah, I understand. I think today we have also showcased different technologies for microgrid application. Our inverters are showcased today also for everyone to take a look and understand. And also we have also small displays of our next generation solutions as well. And I wanted to go again to George, actually. I mean, we have been speaking about islands and also related to grid and so on. What key technology you think is needed, which is actually missing now? You know, we already spoke grid forming. Do you think it's grid forming, or do you think we can bring something else as well? Or there's something that you think, okay, this is probably missing?
I think it's worth noting what are the big changes that are happening in the energy system. You mentioned the grid bottleneck, and I think this is a very key aspect. If we see a little bit the large picture, we see large-scale renewable energy integration. A big part of this is also wind. Wind has extremely high transients. Mm-hmm. We see storage integration, and we should not forget e-mobility. E-mobility is something that applies a very high load on the low voltage grid. So it's inherently distributed load that we are adding on existing, old, usually old, and very rigid grids. So I believe that there will be a significant role to be played by distributed power generation and storage systems that are able to lift a big part of the load of the low voltage grid, mm-hmm. so that e-mobility is allowed to enter in a much more cost-effective way. By lifting the load of the low voltage grid, we're able to integrate e-mobility without additions to the grid. And I think technologies like the ones you have developed and you're developing that are connecting effectively those thousands or hundreds of thousands of distributed systems, and also allow for low-cost maintenance, because you focus a lot, and this is, I think, a key point, on remote monitoring and, mm-hmm. and human-less maintenance, will be the way to go if we want to really make the VPP reality.
Yeah, absolutely. I think without I mean, we can talk this as zero-touch maintenance, for example, remote diagnostics, and that needs a lot of data science and also data analytics, where one needs to not just look into data, but also extract a pattern out of the data, because a lot of large-scale PV plants are challenging to have people on site, because most of the power plants are remote, especially in Chile, for example, maybe in high altitudes. We even have projects in the mountains, actually, around about 4,000 meters above the sea level. And I think these are some of the techniques that we can provide in the technology through remote O&M and so on. I think the message is very clear also from all the people. The main thing is to electrify everything. Yeah. So in order to electrify everything, you also mentioned about transportation sector, and also the key sector is also manufacturing sector. If you want to also green and electrify everything through renewables, we need to have first large-scale generation, and once we have large-scale generation, the challenges on the power system side, and in order to address the challenges on the power system side, which are like bringing in frequency stability, bringing in voltage stability, bringing also, rotational stability or the so-called angular stability, we need to have also technologies like storage. We need to have technologies like grid forming and so on. So I think it's a very interesting session. We have learned quite a lot from our experts and seen also different situations and different scenarios globally in different countries, from Middle East, Latin America, Europe, and Africa. So it has given us quite a lot of insights. Thank you very much for participating and sharing your insights. Thank you very much.
Thanks to you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. This panel discussion was quite informative, and I'm sure all of us have benefited a lot. We can also build PV mini-grid to bring electricity to people in remote areas, bridging the electricity gap and making a better life. A few moments as we set up the stage for our final signing ceremonies for today, but all the speakers were absolutely amazing. Can we please give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you. With an open mind, Huawei works with industry partners and friends to contribute to a better and greener future. This summit will also witness the long-lasting friendship between Huawei Digital Power and Grupo Imelsa, Hybrico Energy, SEPCO 3 Electric Power Construction Limited. Grupo Imelsa is a well-known energy company in Chile. Currently, they are investing more in innovative solutions of clean energy and renewable energy and continue to drive energy revolution, which is in line with the vision of Huawei Digital Power. This time, Grupo Imelsa and Huawei Digital Power have reached cooperation in PV, data center, EV charger, energy storage, and other fields. A few moments, ladies and gentlemen, and we will start with Grupo Imelsa and Huawei Digital Power MOU signing ceremony. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and we begin with the signing ceremony. So I'm going to ask our representatives to join us on stage. Please welcome Ms. Jocelyn Ann Black Devance, Corporate and Commercial Manager of Imelsa, and Mr. Guo Yi, CEO of Huawei Chile, joining us on stage. Joined by Mr. Harry Wang, President of Latin America Region Digital Power Business Department Huawei, and Ms. Selena Wang, Country Manager of Chile Digital Power Business Department Huawei. Welcome. We ask our representative to proceed with signing the contract. Congratulations and a big round of applause on the signings. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen, on this amazing partnership. And joining us, let's capture a photo of this memorable moment. Congratulations once again. That is not all. We do have another signing ceremony. Next, joining us on stage, this is the Hybrico Energy and Huawei Digital Power MOU signing ceremony. Hybrico Energy has over 20 years of experience providing energy technology and servicing energy infrastructure for mission-critical sites and is focused on solving any energy challenge in multiple industries across Latin America. Hybrico Energy and Huawei Digital Power will cooperate in site power and data centers. So, shall we welcome the representatives to the stage? Mr. Luis Del Cid Garcia, CEO of Hybrico Energy, and Mr. Harry Wang, President of Latin America Region Digital Power Business Department, Huawei, join us on stage. And joined by Mr. Juan Jose Estrada Escudero, Chairman of Hybrico Energy, and Mr. Michael Shuey, Vice President of Huawei Latin America Region. Please join us on stage. Welcome, gentlemen. Please proceed with signing. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to congratulate this cooperation. Thank you once again, gentlemen, and congratulations. You can join for a photo. Yes. Thank you, gentlemen, and congratulations. Signing is just a new start, and I'm sure that we will continue to promote the application of clean energy, contribute to building a greener and more connected future. Ladies and gentlemen, last is the SEPCO 3 Huawei Red Sea PV 400 megawatts plus 1,300 megawatt hour battery energy storage solution signing ceremony. SEPCO 3 Electric Power Construction Corporation is an excellent comprehensive construction group. In recent years, they have gradually increased investment in new energy fields to help customers achieve low carbon transformation. Before, SEPCO 3 cooperated with Huawei in Uzbekistan's first 120 megawatts PV project, which was also their first utility scale PV project. This cooperation is the Red Sea PV Plus storage project, and the total capacity is 400 megawatts PV plus 1,300 megawatts hour energy storage, with a total of over 200 million US dollars, which is one of the largest energy storage projects in the world so far. So let's welcome our representatives of both parties to join us on stage. Mr. Lei Xiaohuang, Deputy Director of Procurement Department, and Mr. Robin Zhu, President of Middle East Region Smart PV Business Department Huawei, joined by Mr. Liu Fangjiang, President of SEPCO 3 International, Mr. Zhang Shu, Director of Procurement Department, Mr. Charles Yang, Senior Vice President, Huawei Technologies Limited, President of Global Marketing, Sales and Services, Huawei Digital Power, and Mr. Joseph Yao, President of Middle East Region, Digital Power Business Department, Huawei. Let's welcome them, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations and a big round of applause for the success of this signing. Congratulations once again, gentlemen. Thank you very much. SEPCO 3 and Huawei are both quality-oriented companies, and we hope that we can work together to create value for customers and industries. We believe that the contract signing is only the first step in a long journey, but also it's a very, very important step. In the future, we will strive together and make a joint effort to achieve zero-carbon society. Well done for this amazing cooperation, and all the best on your future endeavors. So ladies and gentlemen, we come to the highlight of tonight, and I believe we're going to just take a few moments to set up the stage for that. Thank you, gentlemen. Building a low-carbon smart world can never be accomplished by a single company or a single country. It takes collaboration across value chains and ecosystems and proactive actions by countries around the world. Achieving carbon neutrality is not just a battle for fate, but a battle for survival. And we cannot avoid it. This is our responsibility and this is our mission. Ladies and gentlemen, and also our online friends watching, we move on to the last session of the Summit Carbon Neutrality Initiative ceremony. Carbon neutrality is the shared mission of the entire world to actively implement green and low carbon development and safeguard the common homeland of mankind. We will jointly publish the Carbon Neutrality Initiative, Building a Low Carbon Smart Society. And I would like to introduce the guests of this initiative. They are from all over the world joining us today, and they have gathered for the same vision. So let's welcome the gentleman, Mr. Ahmed Abdel Karim Julfar, Board Member Executive Managing Director, DO. Please join us at the stage. San Rocio Adriana Abreu Artinano, President of the Energy Commission, Senate of the Republic of Mexico. Ms. Imam Al-Rodhan, CEO of Zain Kuwait. Mr. Liu Fangjiang, President of SEPCO 3 International. Mr. Simon McCormick, CTO of Echelon. And last, Mr. Charles Yang, Senior Vice President, Huawei Technologies, President of Global Marketing, Sales and Services, Huawei Digital Power. Please join us. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now our lovely ladies will present the seeds that symbolize green energy to our esteemed guests. Please go ahead. Ladies, you may present the seeds. Our esteemed guests, I think we can go ahead and pour the green energy into the earth. Let us inject green into our common home, Earth. Let us initiate together Carbon Neutrality Initiative, Building a Low Carbon Smart Society. It's going to require a lot of seeds. We have more seeds for you. And we are almost there. You see how much effort it takes? Everyone in the audience can see, is it full or not yet? I think it's almost full. Many, many thanks to our guests for injecting green energy into our homeland. Each one of us is on the mission of zero carbon. So let us promote the energy revolution and build a better, greener future together. Guests, please remain on stage for a group photo. Thank you very much. Thanks once again to our esteemed guests. Ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of today's summit. Thank you very much. Huawei Digital Power is committed to protecting the environment through technological innovation and working with customers and partners to promote the global goal of carbon neutrality and sustainable development and to build a better, greener future. The summit is now complete. I want to thank you all for joining us today. We hope you did benefit from all the knowledge that was shared. And thank you for joining us with the efforts to accelerate carbon neutrality and building a low-carbon smart society. Thanks also to all of our online friends for tuning in and watching us live. Of course, you'll now be able to visit the online digital power innovation experience. Guests, please do not forget your belongings. And it was truly an exciting day. Thank you so much for embracing us with your presence and hope to see you in the near future. By the way, the prayer rooms are on the first floor if you take the elevators. Thank you once again. Hope to see you again in the next event in the future. Thank you. Pleasure having you.
Hello everyone. First of all, a warm welcome to all the participants of Digital Power Global Summit to our Shenzhen Exhibition Hall. Welcome to the Digital Power Innovation and Experience Center in Shenzhen. As sustainable development goal and carbon neutral is becoming a global trend, operators, governments and the regulators have set the green target. Some of the examples: China, we would like to ensure the carbon neutral by 2060. European Union would like to ensure the carbon neutral by 2050 and so on. Now, in this journey of a digital transformation, how we would like to perceive the digital power transformation to achieve the carbon neutral as soon as possible. This we would like to share in our strategy. First of all, digital power strategy is going to ensure fundamental technologies such as power electronics and digital technologies will be converged together. The convergence between the power electronics and digital technologies will drive the transformation of 5 major industries. For example, greener power generation, where solar-based green energy will be a primary source of generation. Then energy digitalization is going to ensure the digitalization of power plants in order to make them much more efficient. We would like to ensure transportation electrification, where the fuel-based cars will be taken over by electrical vehicles. More and more electrical vehicles are going to cut down the carbon emission in the transportation domain. Greener ICT infrastructure is going to ensure when we have a rapid and massive rollout of ICT infrastructure, it is going to be adopted in a greener manner. We want to ensure the integrated smart power where the campus and buildings are going to ensure a greener kind of architecture. We are fully aware that Huawei alone cannot achieve the carbon neutrality. We want to ensure that we have an open system platform so that like-minded people and the industries can work together with us for achieving the carbon reduction of their respective field. By this comprehensive approach, we would like to ensure greener household, greener building, greener factory, greener villages and greener city, and we would like to ensure the carbon neutrality should be achieved as soon as possible. Now, in the next segment, I would like to discuss how we are going to achieve this vision. So first of all, in the smart PV section, I would like to discuss utilization of the PV in order to ensure green energy generation in all segments of life. So it is a projection that a greener energy will contribute about 90% by the year 2050, and all the aspect of the life starting from the green power generation in large scale utility power plant will utilize the solar power panels. Also, PV is going to be one of the primary generation source in the commercial and industrial scenarios, and the households are going to ensure a greener kind of approach, and they are going to have low kind of carbon emission by going green with a residential power with a smart PV. Now, with these large scale application scenarios, we would like to ensure we adopt 5 core technologies in this domain so that we achieve or we maximize the value of smart PV. More and more energy yield will be generated, and at the same time we can ensure a cloud based approach. So the operation and maintenance of this domain is going to be much more smarter. Manual based approach will be reduced to a much more efficient way of a cloud based application where we can ensure any kind of operation and maintenance issues are going to be done in a much faster manner. So first of all, I would like to discuss application of the solar in a large scale utility power plant. We have an example here that in Shanghai province of China, we have ensured 2.2 gigawatt of green energy generation thanks to the application of the solar panels. This is the world's largest green energy power plant which is deployed in the fastest time, and also the availability is relatively high. The failure rate is less than 0.6. It is UHV certified power plant. So in a large scale utility power plant, we need to focus on the 2 important directions: how we are going to ensure the higher amount of energy yield is generated, and we had to do a transformation of traditional kind of energy storage system with an innovative approach. So first I would like to talk about our approach of 1500 volt bipolar smart string. With this approach, we can support a larger arrays that can help us to reduce the LCOE. Now, any kind of solar power plant with the different geographies and so on, we can find out that there will be a relative kind of issues related to the blocking and shielding. First of all, I would like to talk about what is the difference between our solution. So as I mentioned that we can support a larger arrays that can ensure reduction in a LCOE. So compared to the traditional solution that is not redefined approach, we are going to support a larger arrays. We can ensure the with our 1500 volt bipolar string, we can save the cable cost, we can ensure saving in the equipment and construction cost, and of course with our innovative approach we can have reduction in the operation and maintenance cost. Any kind of application of the solar panels will be subjected to the scenarios of blocking or shielding. So a large scale utility power plant, the solar array are going to have the impact of a shadow on another solar panels because of the orientation and so on or different geographical condition. The amount of energy yield generated will be lower. We can ensure our dynamic tracking approach will ensure the orientation of solar panel will be achieved in such a way that the blocking or shielding from one solar panel to another solar panel will have less impact. We will avoid the blocking or shielding and we can generate the higher amount of energy yield. Now Second important direction we would like to ensure is the innovative approach in the energy storage system. So some of the important innovation with energy storage system we can achieve that can reduce the LCOS by 20%. So what are the important innovations we are having here? So first of all, we have a comparison between the traditional solution and the smart string ESS. Traditional solution is non-equalized design. The batteries cannot charge and discharge fully. We can ensure a pack level optimization so that we can have the uniform charging and discharging. We can bring more values to the batteries. Second is rack level optimization. In a rack level optimization, we can ensure a traditional solution which has like what is said in a Cankin law, right? So the discharge path is dependent on the shortest board. We can ensure minimize bias current with our approach. So compared to the traditional solution which is have an impact, as I said in a Cankin law, we can ensure in a rack level optimization, we can minimize the bias current, we can ensure a full utilization of the batteries with a rack level optimization. Third important approach we would like to have here is that we provide a distributed cooling. So the cells of the energy storage system is going to have the two packs are going to have less than 3 degrees Celsius difference between them. So if we can ensure this kind of capabilities with innovative distributed cooling approach, we can ensure a longer span of batteries. So we are looking into a longer span of batteries such as 12 to 15 years. These are some of the innovative products we have. Battery pack, so 320 ampere hour battery pack, and our solution is going to provide you some of the unique advantages compared to the rack level and pack level optimization. And our smart string controller can support MPPTs, so we can generate more energy yield. So 1500 volt bipolar string, and then our inverter which is going to provide you the highest efficiency. 99% of the efficiency we can provide. We can ensure the SCR is about 1.2. So we are going from a grid supporting to a grid forming approach. Second approach I would like to discuss here is the application of the solar in the large scale utility power plant. Now we are shifting towards application of the solar to the commercial and industrial scenarios. So here on the rooftop of an office building, or maybe in a rooftop of a shopping mall and so on, we can ensure the solar panels will generate a greener energy. One example of a commercial and industrial scenarios I would like to give, this is our southern factory rooftop in China, where 17.5 megawatt of the capacity of this smart PV plant, it is generating amount of energy yield in a significant manner. 17.5 megawatt is the capacity, and we can ensure with the application of the solar panels, we can ensure savings about 1.08 million USD annually, and 10,000 tons of the carbon emission is reduced. So this kind of innovative approach is going to ensure the commercial and industrial scenarios. Maybe if it is the office building, maybe it is a rooftop of any kind of universities and so on, can ensure a greener kind of approach. For any commercial and industrial scenarios, as we are going closer to the user, we need to ensure these capabilities to possess the safety and reliability. So our approach is going to ensure that a normal arcing phenomena which happens in any kind of installation, we can avoid. A normal solution, the arcing effect is going to have a temperature increase about 3000 degrees, and it can be fatal, and it can even cause the fire on the surrounding premises. Our approach can ensure, with our solution, we can ensure AFCI kind of mechanism where arcing will be detected and diminished within 0.5 seconds. So our solution is going to utilize the AI boost active arcing protection. That means we are decoding millions of patterns, we are putting the millions of patterns of this arcing into our equipments, so that when we send these equipments to any kind of premises, or when we launch this equipment to the market, any kind of arcing phenomena, if it is occurring, we have a preloaded database. The system is going to check any kind of similar arcing patterns with a core 11s. It can find out that a particular arcing pattern is similar to what we have encoded in that. So we can ensure the accurate arc fault detection locally, and the circuit is going to turn off, and within 0.5 seconds we can ensure that the arcing is going to be eliminated. We are not going to have any kind of fire hazard in the system. So the last approach, we are going to ensure that from the commercial and industrial scenarios, we are going towards scenarios where the application of the solar panels on the rooftop is going to provide a greener kind of living, low carbon living for the household. So the rooftop, which is the ideal device before, ideal kind of scenarios before, we are making sure by the application of the solar panels on the rooftop, this is going to be a revenue generating source for the families. So the rooftop solar panels with an intelligent optimizer and the solution of a smart energy controller and smart energy storage system is going to provide one-stop solution, end-to-end approach for application of the solar in terms of residential scenarios that can help each and every household to go green. The ideal kind of rooftop will be a revenue generating source for the families. Now I would like to talk about our innovative approach in the site power domain. As we know, with a massive rollout of a 5G and ICT infrastructure, if the rollout is going to happen in a traditional manner, we are going to face a lot of difficulties. So here we have a survey of 2000 sites in China. We find out that if the rollout of a 5G is happening in the traditional way, it is going to have two important drawbacks. First of all, high capex and opex involved is going to have the impact on the TCO, and the 5G profitability is going to be lower. Second important issue is related to the carbon emission. When we want to perceive the site power transformation, we want to ensure a simplified approach where a traditional solution which involved a lot of complexity will be changed to an innovative approach. So from the construction, running and operation and maintenance, each and every aspect we are going to take into consideration a zero carbon approach. So without adding any energy related OPEX, we are going to achieve the 5G site transformation, and at the same time we are going to cut down the carbon emissions significantly. So this is our vision of energy target network that is going to be fulfilled with following innovative solution. First of all, any kind of savings in the OPEX will strongly dependent on site transformation. Site transformation is key to ensure the OPEX savings, and it is going to be a vital key to reduce the carbon emission. So I have here our innovative one site one cabinet approach. So here is the traditional solution compared with a one site one cabinet approach. Normally the traditional solution will have associated drawbacks such as the power density is going to be lower, and the battery elements are the dumb devices, they are invisible to the network. If they are invisible to the network, you do not know what's happening inside these elements. So there will be a frequent kind of site visits are required. During the pandemic, even we do not have the access to the site. So this kind of traditional solution needed to be evolved to fulfill the new requirement of a 5G and ICT domain. So instead of a traditional solution, we are going with an innovative one site, one cabinet approach. So the traditional solution, if I need to add on a new kind of technologies, I do not have a sufficient space. You need to stack number of cabinets. More cabinets is going to involve more kind of footprint, the OPEX associated will be much more. Apart from that, the traditional battery are going to have a smaller lifespan. There will be a lot of manual operation and deployment issues on site. We are going to change everything with our innovative approach of one site, one cabinet. One site, one cabinet approach is going to allow reuse the existing cabinet for a different tower companies or operators. It is going to provide a unique values. So for the operators, we can ensure that the higher power density is going to ensure from the low power density, we are going with a higher power density, and from the dumb devices, we are going to the visible batteries with important innovations, which is the lithium battery approach. So here some of the important advantages is going to offer to the carriers is it is going to reuse the existing cabinet for any kind of new technology innovations. 2G, 3G, 4G and 5G all will be housed in a one cabinet. You are going to, with a higher power density, you are going to achieve enough amount of space to keep your BBU transmission devices and so on. The battery backup is doubled, and at the same times the battery elements are visible to the network. So everything related to the battery, such as state of charging, state of health, is visible to you at a single glance and not needed to visit the sites right now. Remotely you can execute the battery test. Also we have some innovative approach. Our power supply is a modular based power supply. It has a different rectifier unit with a higher efficiency. It is going to allow the capabilities to utilize the solar access to the site. We have the solar SSU, modular based design, and it is going to provide one important innovation that is going to allow you the industry's first hot swappable breaker. So compared to the traditional solutions of a circuit breaker, which are not adding any values to the network rollout. So the traditional circuit breaker will have a different kind of dimensions and so on. Now is going to be changed with an innovative 3-in-1 solution. This is industry's first hot swappable breaker. It is going to function as a meter plus breaker plus switch. So you even can see the energy consumption audit per site. It is going to allow you a remote disconnection also of a particular element. If you want to ensure a remote kind of disconnection, this circuit is going to allow you. Also it is going to provide the innovative kind of solution of the energy slicing, where we can provide a different kind of backup based on the technologies. So based on the technologies, if you need to execute a different kind of backup, such as if there is an outage and you want to ensure a different kind of, if there is an outage and if you want to allow a different kind of power backup based on the technologies such as 4G and 5G should going to have a different kind of backup policies. This is going to be possible with our innovative solution. It has inside contactor, shunt, temperature sensing device and so on. So it is going to provide you the energy slicing. That is going to be one of the innovative approach. For the tower companies, we can allow more than 2 tenants to be shared. You can ensure the energy consumption of each and every tenant. Even you can allow the authorized access for each tenant. For example, certain tenant will have the access to, for example, this one you breaker. You can allocate a different kind of authorization on the tenant level. So for the tower companies, for the carriers, it is going to bring a unique values. Have utilized this one site, one cabinet approach to ensure the reduction in the capex by 38%. So traditional room-based site are going to be changed by a one site, one cabinet. It is going to provide one efficient kind of approach for a 5G and ICT rollout. From one site, one cabinet, we are coming towards a one site, one blade. One site, one blade is going to be further simplifying the site that can allow you to densify the site, and you can install the site as per the requirements. So any kind of available pole or a wall, we can house the blade power and the blade battery solutions. This kind of solutions will be vital for densification of the site. Two important advantages we are achieving here. First of all, the cable loss is minimized. We are closer to the load, lower the cable losses, highest energy efficiency we are going to achieve. Also, we are going to ensure a natural cooling approach here. So with a natural cooling approach, we do not need any additional fan or air conditioner. If you utilize the additional fans such as used in a traditional solution, you are going to generate a lot of noise. So in the quiet working scenarios, the installation is not possible. Our solution is providing a natural cooling approach. So it can be installed in the quiet working scenarios. Any available solution, such as any available form factor, we can have a pole-based installation, wall-based installation. One example, operator in Switzerland have utilized this kind of approach to achieve the highest energy efficiency, 97%, and he has cut down more than 3 tons of carbon emission per year. So this is going to be one of the innovative approach of one site, one blade. Now we are coming towards important scenarios where we want to help the ICT infrastructure rollout in a scenarios where we have unreliable grid. We know that in many locations, the grid outage is causing a lot of problems to the operators, such as 5 to 6 hours grid outage. They rely more and more on diesel generators. While you utilize diesel generators, it is associated with 2 drawbacks. First of all, the diesel generators consume a lot of diesel, so the OPEX is going to be much more high. Other than that, the amount of carbon emission emitted in the atmosphere is going to be not environment friendly. Other than that, there will be a lot of issues related to the frequent maintenance. The noise generated by the diesel generators is going to have the impact on your quiet life and so on. We want to achieve that diesel generators should be phased out. So we present you our iSight Power S solution. This solution will allow each kind of solution of the ICT infrastructure to have access to the solar panels. So on the top, we can install the solar panels. It has an intelligent optimizer that can generate a higher amount of energy yield. This solution can provide a magic of convergence. It will also help you to provide the ICT convergent kind of deployment. We can provide the magic of convergence. It is going to provide multiple input and multiple output capabilities. Multiple input means grid, solar, batteries access is possible. Output is going to ensure that if you need a DC kind of capabilities, we have the rectifiers which can convert AC to DC. There is availability of the solar access. If you need a AC kind of capabilities, we have the inverters also. So we can allow the inverters to be installed. So any kind of IT equipment which requires a AC supply, it is going to provide with our solutions of the inverters. Other than that, some of the component such as vigilance camera and all, they are requiring a specific supply such as 24 or 12 volt of the supply. So we also allow our MIMO module that can allow you to have access to the vigilance camera or the IoT components on the site. So we are taking into consideration each and every aspect related for transforming a traditional site to a social site. This site is going to be bringing more values to the society, such as consider a scenario where there is unreliable kind of power supply and the outage is frequent. Nearby community or a hospital or any municipality, we can also allow a greener kind of energy for those kind of surroundings. So it is going to bring more to the society. Innovative business model can come into picture with our eyesight power S solution. We have certain examples. For example, in Iraq, the nearby neighborhoods have ensured power supply availability of their household thanks to the available solar panels on the top. And also this kind of solution can help you for the ICT convergent deployment. This is going to be one of the important direction of changing a traditional site to the social site. Other than that, there are some examples that in Europe we have made sure that operator have utilized our eyesight power S solution to ensure 51.2% of the energy generated by the application of the solar panel. Diesel generators was phased out and the traditional room-based site was changed to the one site, one cabinet, and we have made sure significant amount of carbon reduction, energy efficiency saving, manpower consumption was reduced significantly. We want to ensure that there should be a holistic approach in order to have transformation of total society. So not only the telecom infrastructure, but for the household scenarios also, we can allow you to phase out the diesel generators. Even in the household, if there is an interruption in the available energy, you are relying more and more on the diesel generators. Diesel generators generate audible noise more than 29 dB. So it is not a quiet kind of scenarios when we are in a new normal. Certain operations such as home office, home education cannot be executed in a silent manner, right? So we allow you with our innovative approach such as eyesight power mini product. This product can help the household to have their new normal and carefree kind of living approach. This solution can help you to charge a different kind of devices such as your iPad or your phone, or even the fast charging is supported with a 45 watt terminal. We can allow the in-car charging, we can allow the charging with a photovoltaic cell which can be installed on the rooftop, and in-car charging also is possible. We can allow you to plug into your device such as any fan or a television and so on, and your new normal will not have any impact of any kind of electricity outage. Other than that, a display is provided here that is going to tell you how much is the available battery in this device. This device is portable. It can be carried out in any location. You are going out in a picnic with your family, you can take out this equipment and go to any surrounding beautiful scenic spot. For the bigger household, we go with our eyesight power M solution that is going to provide you higher kind of capabilities, such as we can go up to 30 kilowatt. Each module will have 5 kilowatt, 5 kilowatt, 5 kilowatt. So 15 kilowatt, this solution is modular. So for example, you are constructing the household, your family is expanding, number of devices are expanding. So you can gradually add on these components to generate more amount of backup power supply, right? So initially, for example, your requirement is lower, you can go with a one module only. Gradually, you can add on 5 kilowatt and 5 kilowatt battery module to provide the comprehensive capabilities for the entire household. It can have access to the solar, so all these devices can help you to have a greener kind of energy. Now I would like to talk about the embedded power solution that is helping our partners to have a success in their respective industries. We are serving thousands of industries on our innovative embedded power solution. We have the range of products for supporting the ICT embedded power module, IT modules, pan industry modules, consumer electronics modules and so on. if you can find out that the equipments are becoming much more smaller and they are getting much more powerful. So even our solutions for the embedded powers are becoming much more compact. We are going to have the PSIP, power supply in package, 50% smaller in size compared to the industries. We are ensuring we have the range of products serving pan-IT, pan-CT industries, and at the same time we are going to provide the ultimate charging experience for your phones, tablets, and providing a full range of portfolio for the embedded power consumer product. Many users are going to have a phobia related to how much is the battery supply available, battery backup is available on my phone. The phobia we want to eliminate, we want to provide you the ultimate experience. So our solution is going to provide you the range of the product in the consumer electronics domain. Some examples I would like to give here. The Mate 30 Pro can be charged 70% within 30 minutes. So we provide a super fast charging. We go with a 2 plus N plus X approach. 2 means we support both wired wireless charging. N means we are integrating into N number of products that can support in a variety of the scenarios and all the segments of the life. We believe in coming future we can provide a wireless kind of charging capabilities. So the wireless charging capabilities based on the V technologies will provide the ultimate user experience in the coming future. So this is our platform of embedded power solution that can help our partners to achieve the success in respective field. Lastly, I would like to talk about our data center portfolio. As data center is going to be fundamental for the digital economy, we want to ensure the 4 core philosophies to construct the data center with faster time to market and complying with the green norms. So simplifying or reshaping the architecture, reshaping the cooling, reshaping the O&M and reshaping the power supply are the 4 major directions we are going to achieve in the next generation data center. We are going to ensure a faster construction of the data center. We are going to ensure the optimized cooling so that we are going to have the OPEX saving and also the greener construction of the data center. A manual O&M will be changed to a digitalized intelligent O&M where the cutting down in the labor cost and the resource utilization is going to be much more higher, and we are going to ensure a zero service interruption with our innovative power supply. One important direction for any kind of data centers is how we are going to ensure an innovative approach. Data centers normally will have issues of a traditional construction mode which is uncontrolled with the environment. You are going to have a lot of time to construct these data centers. The design flexibility cannot be met. So if any change in the design, you cannot implement this one in a data center if it is constructed in the traditional mode. You are going to have more than 2 years of the construction time, and the recycling capabilities of this kind of data centers are much more low. So we are coming with innovative approach where we are allowing a prefabricated construction mode of a data center that can help you on desired construction of a data centers. So the traditional data center is going to be changed with a prefabricated mode, which is an innovative construction mode that can allow you on desired construction and to build a data center. It can cut down the time to market, it can optimize the PUE, and the recyclable capabilities is going to be much more higher. So the prefabricated construction mode will utilize the prefabricated modules such as this. So the power module, fan module, IEC module, data modules will be prefabricated modules, and they can be used like a Lego structure to construct the entire data center facilities. We can ensure that fast construction of a data center facility is achievable based on the PMDC mode. We can construct the data center facilities on desire. We can allow the scalability. Initially, if your IT load capacity is low, we can construct first floor only. As your capacity is going to expand, we can allow more floors to be constructed. With this approach, we can cut down the time to market from 2 years to 6 months. We can allow the scalability. On desired construction of the data center is possible, and although it looks simple, we make sure that there is no compromise in the longevity and reliability of this data center. We can ensure that this kind of infrastructure has a 50 years of lifespan. It can ensure any kind of protection against earthquake of a level 9. We provide a special coating here so that we can provide 120 minutes of fire protection capabilities. Also, any kind of customization such as facade, we can ensure a customization based on the customer requirement. So, this is an innovative approach of outdoor construction of a data center, and it takes into account all the necessary needs to ensure this data center is a waterproof and so on. So, from the outdoor we are coming towards the indoor construction of a data center. So, for the indoor construction of the data center, we are coming with our innovative approach of Fusion Module 2000, which is a smart modular data center. Data centers will have number of components such as IT racks, cooling system, power, batteries, UPS and so on. They are from a different vendors. Different vendors will have a lot of inconsistency amongst the component. Lot of cabling will be involved and the time to deploy will be substantially higher. Our phenomena is to ensure make any room as a data center. So, we provide you a virtually cableless design with our Fusion Module 2000. It has 43-inch console to see the key statistics of the data center. We can see all the information such as 3-dimensional view, space utilization and PUE, alarms. All this information is available to you at a single glance. We can ensure that it provides all essential entities such as it can provide a facial recognition. With a facial recognition, it can allow you the access to the data center facilities. It also provides the intelligent capabilities of e-light so that based on the severity of alarms, the data center is going to change its color. Based on the severity of alarms, the data center is going to change its color. At a single glance, you can see if everything is working properly in this data center. Also, there is a higher consistency amongst the different components. So, we can provide less cabling, we can ensure that the higher consistency is going to bring on benefits to these data center facilities. One of the important innovation to ensure any room as a data center is innovations in the intelligent approach of lithium batteries. So, our solution is going to ensure that the traditional lead acid batteries, which consumes 3 times more space, they are having a smaller lifespan and they are much more susceptible to having prone to fire and so on. We are going to ensure with our innovative approach of lithium batteries, which is our smartly solution, we can provide 1/3 of a less footprint, 3 times more lifespan, and we can provide a complete digitalization, module level, cabinet level and the system level digitalization. And this is one of the innovative approach by which we can ensure to eliminate any kind of rigid requirement on the floor load bearing capabilities which are required by the lead acid batteries for constructing a data center. This is going to be one of the important direction where we can save the footprint, we can prolong the lifespan and we can provide a complete visibility in the data center solution. Also, for the IT cabinets, based on the requirement, we can install a different kind of IT racks, and the IT racks are going to have number of sensors placed in a different locations, so that each and every location we can see the temperature information. We can find out the hotspot, any kind of locations such as bottom, top or in the middle of the cabinet. We provide the innovative platform of in-row cooling, which will allow you, as we are approaching the 5G and ICT domain, more and more edge data centers are going to be constructed. So, we allow our unique portfolio of a edge data center, Fusion Module 500 and Fusion Module 800. Fusion Module 500 we can say as one rack, one data center. A complex engineering in the past is turned to a box-like product. It has monitoring unit, power distribution unit, UPS, built-in fire extinguisher unit, 22U of IT load, smartly lithium batteries inside, a cooling unit of 3.5 kilowatt of capabilities. So this kind of data center will be installed within 2 years in any locations such as hospital, any kind of university and so on. Banking area, we can install the edge data center facilities. For a big more capacity, we are coming with our innovative approach of Fusion Module 800. So from one rack, one data center, we are coming towards one row, one data center. So in one row, one data center with our Fusion Module 800 platform, we can go up to 25 kilowatt of IT load. We have a power distribution unit, UPS, monitoring unit, 2 cooling units, each of 12.5 kilowatt capabilities. We have a built-in fire extinguisher of 6U. It has a gas Novec 1230, which is much more safer to be used in any extinguisher. Lithium batteries for providing comprehensive backup. You can see these doors are glass doors. So we have a cold aisle containment area here of 240 millimeters. So with a cold aisle containment area, we can make sure the comprehensive cooling capabilities in this data center. And the data center facilities such as edge data centers will be located in many premises. It is virtually impossible to put one dedicated operation and maintenance person there. So we can ensure our Fusion Module 800 and 500 will come with a unique console where we can see the key KPIs of a data center facilities, such as we can see what is the aesthetic of this data center, what are the critical alarms, what is real time PUE, and if you need to know any specific details about a cooling parameter, we can even find out this information at a single glance. So this is going to ensure that a dedicated operation and maintenance person is not required, and a common person on the site can visualize some of the key KPIs of the data center. Although it is simple, it doesn't mean that this data center is going to be less intelligent. So if any kind of fire breakout, it provides intelligent door functionalities, smart door functionalities, where it is going to automatically open the door if there is any kind of fire, so that no damage will be happening to this particular infrastructure. So we would like to ensure the open system platform where we are ready to work with like-minded industries, like-minded people, so that they can achieve the carbon neutrality in their respective domain. We want to ensure by this comprehensive approach, we would like to construct a greener household, greener building, greener factory, and we can ensure evolve to the society with zero carbon for a greener and promising future.